guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The unrest in Haiti is setting off alarm bells for some lawmakers in the United States who feel it may trigger a wave of migration to the United States. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott lays out what he wants the White House to do to prepare, speaking on Fox News.
We need to make sure our Coast Guard and our Department of Defense has every resource necessary to make sure we don't have thousands and thousands and thousands of people trying to flee to our shores as a result of the unrest there.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken will be discussing democracy's survival around the world at a summit in South Korea next week. Speaking about the coming meeting, State Department spokesman Matt Miller says the summit is designed to discuss what's working in the world's democracies and what needs to be done to protect them.
The summit will demonstrate how democracies continue to deliver for their citizens and organize to address the world's most pressing challenges.
Best Buy is recalling over 287,000 air fryers over fire, burn, and laceration risks. The retailer recalling models of the Insignia air fryer and Insignia air fryer ovens after it says it received 24 reports of overheating, melting, or glass shattering, including multiple complaints of air fryers catching fire. The Senate is preparing to review the bill that could potentially ban TikTok in the United States if the app's Chinese parent company refuses to sell it to an American company. Tennessee Republican Senator Bill Hagerty explains why he would vote yes on the bill if it's taken up in the Senate.
We don't want Americans' data subjected to Chinese Communist Party surveillance.
The bill passed in the House with wide bipartisan support, and President Biden has said he would sign the bill if it makes it to his desk. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Senate held a hearing Thursday regarding a proposed bill that would reduce the standard work week to 32 hours while maintaining the same level of wages. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says his bill to establish a 4-day-a-week work week is not radical and would lead to a better quality of life for millions of Americans.
Many of our people are exhausted. We work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. I think it's time for a shortened work week.
A recent survey is showing a significant uptick in what researchers define as incivility in U.S. workplaces. USA's Ryan Daniels explains.
According to a survey from the Society for Human Resource Management, roughly 2/3 of American workers say they've either been a part of or have witnessed acts of incivility in the workplace just in the past month.
Interrupting or addressing people disrespectfully, silencing other people whenever they're speaking or otherwise cutting them off, excessive monitoring or micromanaging, ignoring other people, paying little attention to other people, unprofessional or disrespectful body language.
Jim Link is the chief HR officer for SHRM. He says with the divisive election coming later in the year, incivility in the workplace will probably only become more prescient.
NASCAR drivers are making their way back east to Bristol Motor Speedway for the Food City 500 on Sunday. Green flag drops just after 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Without further ado, hi there! We are ready to roll. Ready to roll into a Friday. All right, here comes the weekend. Hope you've had a good week. I know what, one day to get through. Unless you're brain dead, it's Monday. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio. A rainy night outside the secret bunker, yes indeed. Every now and again, the secret bunker is rumbling. Shake, rattle, and roll. It's strong storms pushing through the region. And this is, well, they've been telling us for several days it was going to be potentially a very active midweek, Wednesday, Thursday, and now we're headed into Friday. Very active storm system, severe weather along a large swath of real estate. With this line of thunderstorms stretching from northeast Texas all the way up into northeastern Pennsylvania and all along the leading edge of that line. Damaging straight line winds, as the case was 24 hours ago. Lots of hail, and we've seen numerous tornado warnings coming in. At this hour, the latest, I'm looking at the current tornado warning, which is right along the Indiana-Kentucky line. Elizabethtown, Kentucky. If you're familiar with that region, that would be the zone. This line going to be pushing into the Louisville area over the next hour with strong straight line winds, a lot of lightning, a lot of electricity in the air with these storms. We do have updates on some confirmed tornadoes as this outbreak's been going throughout the afternoon into the evening. Mass casualty event is the headline out of Ohio, as a campground, a park that was designed to accommodate up to 343 campers, was directly hit. This is, let's see, Lakeview, Ohio. Have the latest on that. That was a confirmed tornado. Another tornado touching down. A lot of damage in Indiana where they're cleaning up there. We'll give you the latest on what we have. But try to keep you up to speed on what's going on at this hour. So severe thunderstorm warnings popping up along that line, literally from Texas through northern Alabama. There's a cell kind of out and ahead of that main line, and those are what they typically call supercells that have been prompting some damaging winds there in northern portions of Alabama. But warnings, I'm looking down the list from Shreveport to Paducah, Kentucky, Huntsville, Alabama, Little Rock, on up into central Ohio. Welcome aboard. Meanwhile, let's take a look out. This is the same storm system that brought major accumulating snowfall to the Denver area, parts of Colorado, Wyoming. As anticipated, things in some areas are shut down, and that includes portions of I-70, which will remain closed, they tell us, until about the noon hour on Friday. And that would be, of course, Colorado time. Major snowstorm, snarling traffic Thursday. More than 3 feet of snow fell in the mountains as the storm was far from over. Parts of Wyoming, New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, all saw some heavy snow. As I mentioned, I-70 closing this past day, safety concerns. Colorado Department of Transportation reported a 90-mile closure between the mile marker 169 through the mile marker 259, in effect until the noon hour Friday. Colorado DOT posted on X, said if you have to ask, how do I get there? The answer is, you can't. That was the warning from the Colorado State Patrol. Where the roads weren't closed, accidents abounded Thursday morning. Denver police and the Colorado DOT working to free wrecked vehicles from the snow on I-25 in Centennial. West Aspen Springs reported 45.5 inches of snow from this system by Thursday afternoon, 41 inches at Echo Lake. The towns of Genesee, Conifer, Golden Gate Canyon, Rollinsville, and East Aspen Springs and Aspen Park, some of the mountain locations to the west of Denver, reporting 36 or more inches of snow, 3 feet plus. Most of the Denver Metro Direct picked up 6 to 12 inches of snow. That was by the noon hour. Many communities in the foothills just at the west and south of Denver and I-25 were anticipating additional feet of snow. Totals could approach 60 inches in some areas, they said. Now, as of early Thursday, 800 flights had already been canceled at Denver International. Over 120,000 were without power early afternoon. That number had been reduced to about 30,000 by Thursday evening. It was the heavy, wet, clinging nature of this snow that brought down power poles and power lines in parts of the Denver metro area this past day. So welcome into a Friday. Wow. Active night. Hello to Philly Dan. It's been a couple days since we've heard from Dan. Hope you've had a good week, TGIF. And everybody have a great weekend. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. He's rolling through Platkill, New York, round number 4 to Schenectady, as they're hanging out at 59 degrees at this hour. That's exactly where we are, with rain falling outside the secret bunker. I think the strongest of the storms are now moving south of like our Cincinnati metro area. And Kentucky's getting hit pretty hard, no doubt about it. There were tornado watches in effect, and I told the wife here just a bit ago they'd probably be dropping. Our watch was supposed to be till like 4 o'clock in the morning. Looks like they have indeed dropped that. They'll be, as this line pushes through, the tornado watches will be dropping from west to east through the overnight hours. But down into the heart of Kentucky, that watch is slated to end 4 o'clock in the morning. Also have tornado watches in central, southwestern, south central Arkansas, that northeast corner of Texas, as well as southeastern Oklahoma, where right now severe thunderstorm warnings are popping up there. What do we have? It's 844-844-3388. Pap says good morning. Gilligan, hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Happy Friday for me. For me, it's still Thursday. Happy Friday for some. I apologize. It's partly cloudy, a warm 62 here in Troutville, Virginia. Everybody have a good weekend when it rolls around. Rockpick says, hello, Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and all those wise old night owls. Rochester International, rainy, 45 degrees. Things cooling off behind this line. Happy Friday to all you hardworking Americans. Have a great weekend if you got one. Of course, watch out for the other driver. Marianne says, hello to the overnight family. Have a good weekend. I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia is shorty. 59 degrees, Columbus bound. We'll be off next week. Bambi's going to have her top teeth taken out, going to get dentures, and maybe a partial on the lower. Going to try to get to the truck show and meet you maybe next Friday or Saturday. All right. We'll look forward to seeing you there. Yeah, by this time, 1 week from now, we will be right smack dab in the middle of the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky, where all things trucking will converge for 3 big days, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Jerry chimes in, said, good morning. We got hammered this morning. The storm missed us this afternoon, but they really hit good in eastern Indiana by Muncie and Winchester. That's Jerry from Kokomo, Indiana. And have a great day. Donut Man, hello, good morning from the Donut Man. Crazy weather north of Columbus, Ohio. Hopefully a little better on the way back to the R&L terminal there in Wilmington, Ohio. Yeah, Donut Man, as the front pushes on through, yeah, you should be much better conditions by the time you start headed back toward Wilmington. Meanwhile, I know Double R is out there. He gave me a personal call here a few minutes ago. They had just come through the Columbus area in the torrential rains. He'd been rolling down 71. He was just rolling into northern Cincinnati. I said, what you're doing, Double R, is he's chasing the leading edge of the storm. He's going to continue southbound on 71, headed toward Louisville, and then the destination is all the way ultimately in Louisiana. So somewhere down, I said, you're going to be in torrential rains, and at whatever point you do catch up with that leading edge of the storm, you might have to just pull it over a bit and let things move on to the east. I'll try to keep you up to speed, Double R, but nothing like chasing the leading edge of severe weather. Yeah, you want to be going the other direction. Hello to Pappy, 65 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Stormy weather. Well, someone else stormed into this world about 8:10 p.m., March 14. Weighing in at 7 pounds, 8 ounces, little Michael was born Mama and the baby both doing well. Now, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's TGIF. Time to hammer down. Let's get this weekend started. Are you with me? All right. Congratulations, Grandpa Pappy. And Mercedes is doing well. Very good. Who else on board? There's Jay, who says, good morning, Your Honor. Out here for one more night, Warren, Michigan, doing some local stuff. It's frog strangling, 50 degrees this evening. I've enjoyed the show the last few weeks out here. Good evening, Steve. It's Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine. Weather is kind of upside down today. Setting on my deck, 62 degrees, and it's March at this point. Prayers for all in the state of Ohio dealing with the severe weather. It's not only Ohio, it's that stretch. A lot of the Southeast going to be under the gun. John Ferguson, we got lucky in the Dayton area. A couple of counties northeast to west really got hammered. I posted some of the storm chaser videos on my page of the coverage from the storms. Wapak, Indian Lake, Russell Point, Greenville, Winchester, Indiana, all picked up significant damages. We're hearing 4 fatalities so far in the RV park there in Winchester and also Lakeview, Ohio. Wow, sad day for sure. Here's what I had from the Lakeview, Ohio. A mass casualty event declared following a tornado touchdown in that trailer park, ensnaring numerous individuals in the wreckage. It's the Lakeview RV Park, Lakeview, Ohio. This past evening, social media images portray the park's devastation. Mangled camper vans strewn along uprooted trees. A park that's designated to accommodate up to 343 campers. Reports indicated individuals were trapped beneath the remnants of their trailers. A Logan County public safety alert indicating mass casualty incident, multiple building collapses, people trapped in Russell's Point. Gas leaks, accidents, fires, power lines down all around Indian Lake. A triage collection point had been set up. Of course, warnings had been issued across multiple Ohio counties ahead of this storm line, underscoring the widespread impact. At least 5 counties felt the brunt of that particular system. Meanwhile, Kansas experienced a tornado warning following the onslaught of baseball size, what they're describing as gorilla hail. That severe weather disrupted traffic along I-70 in both Kansas and Missouri. Authorities received 3 reports of potential tornadoes with confirmed instances of structural damage following touchdowns near Alta Vista, Kansas, as well as the Waubonsee and Shawnee counties. Residents had been advised to seek shelter. All I had on the Indiana at this point is communities working to clean up after a radar-confirmed tornado or tornadoes caused serious damage Thursday afternoon. We're going back to about 2 in the afternoon near Madison, Indiana. Indiana State Police posting photos via social media this past afternoon. Damage throughout all of Jefferson County. Sergeant said multiple trees, power lines down, homes damaged. Urged people to avoid the area. Obviously, inspectors, they may have been out this past day. If not, they'll be out here today, Friday, and letting us know, determining what EF scale. EF 1, 2, 3, how big were these tornadoes? And those National Weather Service investigators are going to be very, very busy for the next several days trying to get out and survey the damage all along this line. Springtime is upon us, right? It's the change of the seasons, the clash of the air masses. which we're contending with this early Friday on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Just glancing at the radar, trying to follow this line where the leading edge, where the strongest of the straight line winds. Yeah, right now the line right about Bowling Green, Kentucky, getting hammered at this hour. Evansville in Indiana, you've pretty much cleared out. The line is through. Louisville, the east side, you're still in the heavy rains, but the western side of Louisville, things beginning to wind down there. Memphis, Tennessee, our line extends right down there to Brain Dead at this hour. From Memphis to Little Rock. That's right along the leading edge of these storms. So batten down the hatches, primarily for the straight line winds, and again, up to golf ball size hail being reported in some of those cells. It's 844-844-3388. How are we looking in the Sunshine State?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
So we're looking good.
It was nice today. Yeah, so it was 75 degrees when I left the house tonight. I don't know, I must have got up into the 80s today. Did you hear about that sperm whale that got beached down there? And I think it was around Venice, Florida.
I had not caught that. Hadn't seen that, no. Were they able to rescue it, get it back in the water?
No, it ended up dying, but they had no swimming advisory because of the blood, the decomp and all of that.
Oh.
Well, now my wife said tonight that they've got all these videos that are popping up everywhere that it's drawing the sharks in.
That would make sense. Yep.
Yeah, food chain. You don't think about it when you swim in the ocean, but that's those sharks' dinner bowl. You know what I mean? And they come in as low as knee-deep of water. So
yeah, I mean, my understanding is, when there's blood in the water, how they can detect it? That supposedly they can sense or detect that blood from a long ways off.
Yeah, for miles. But I heard about some little truck get together at Louisville. I was going to ask you about it, but you went over some of it. What's the schedule going to be for the night show next week?
Well, what we're doing live during the day, my understanding is that'll just be kind of played back during the overnight hours.
Okay, but are you going to be on the air like Monday and Tuesday, or?
Yeah. I'll be here. We'll be live Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. So when I get off Wednesday morning, we'll head on down to Louisville, get checked into the hotel, and then be doing the live thing from the show Thursday, Friday, Saturday during the daytime hours, and that plays back during the overnight hours.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know if you were doing a show Tuesday, or I thought you might need your beauty sleep before you head down there.
Now, we got Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning live here.
Oh, okay. All right. I was kind of wondering. But hope it's a good turnout. Congrats to... So now what are we going to call Pappy? We going to call him Grandpa Pappy, or Pappy Pawpaw, or...
Grampy.
Yeah, there we go. Grampy's a good one. But I don't have a whole lot. That's kind of about all I had. But you see, why do they call it PMS?
Are you asking legitimately, or is this a joke?
Yeah. Why do they call it PMS?
I don't know why.
Because mad cow disease was taken.
Have a great morning.
Have a good weekend,
Captain Ron, you got it. It is 844-844-3388. Marianne did say that we survived the storm southwest Ohio, but I guess she has a property at Indian Lake that I guess word is there's damage. The windows were blown out there. Wow. Back after a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Speaker Mike Johnson is facing mounting pressure to bring a comprehensive national security package to a vote. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell cautioned that withholding vital weapons for Ukraine has strengthened Russian President Vladimir Putin's resolve. Former President Trump has successfully posted bond in his civil defamation case in New York. His attorney, Alina Habba, filed the $91.63 million bond on Thursday, following approval by a judge earlier in the week. The bond shields Trump from any efforts by writer E. Jean Carroll to enforce damages while the case undergoes the appeals process. Delta Airlines is increasing its checked bag fee. The airline announced the fee for a first and second checked bag will go up by $5 for most domestic and short international flights. It'll cost travelers $35 for the first checked bag and $45 for the second checked bag. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so it's 844-844-3388. Let me give you a little more detail for those freight haulers out west on the wintry side of this storm system. Once again, Colorado State Patrol said truck travel restrictions are in place, obviously, because you just can't get there from here. Commercial motor vehicle restrictions are in place. I-70 from 169 to the 259 mile marker. That is in place until the noon hour Friday, March 15. Troopers say that the interstate is impassable for commercial vehicles. Colorado DOT reported this past day numerous instances of jackknife semi-trucks, many of them without chains amid the heavy snow. What are you doing trucking out west, Colorado, Wyoming, at this time of year without chains? In addition to the commercial vehicle restrictions in place, the following roadways were closed as of 3 o'clock Thursday afternoon. That was I-70, both directions between Silverthorne, that's the 205, and the Denver mile point 259. Now, these again from mid-afternoon. This could have changed since then, but we had US 40, both directions from I-70 mile point 259 to US 6, Clear Creek Canyon. US 40, Berthoud Pass from the 256 to 233 mile markers. US 6, a.k.a. Loveland Pass, from the 222 to the 229. Colorado 119, both directions from Black Hawk, that's mile marker 1, to US 6, mile point number 7. Multiple other routes, they did say, may be blocked with crashes, stuck semi-trucks, and other issues. Delays are likely on any roadway impacted by the storm. Now, they did say amid the road closures, many Colorado truck stops were full to capacity. The city of Monument, Colorado, actually sent out a warning to truck drivers that there is no available parking. Monument, Colorado. Messy stuff, huh? Hello to Pup on a Friday. What's going on?
Well, first of all, the most important thing is I want to congratulate Pappy and one of the guys I work with. They both became grandpas today. That's the most important thing. The second thing is, Steve, I'll tell you what. I had just woken up to go into or get ready to go to work tonight, and those storms hit. Holy smolies. I haven't checked the siding or the roof or nothing yet, but we had hail and high winds, and actually we got put underneath a tornado warning for a while, and my wife, she was up babysitting the little granddaughter up there in Fort Wayne, and holy smolies. We was down there for a while, and I come out, and there was like 1.5 inches of hail on the grass, and there's like a 2-foot drift in front of my barn door.
Wow.
And this is the biggest kicker. That's why I had to call off tonight. We not only lost power, but we had like 1 inch, just shy of 1 inch and 7/10 of rain in 40 minutes. And that sub pump has to keep running.
Yeah.
My gosh, it got pretty intense there for a while.
But you survived.
But I got
you survived. That's the good thing.
Yeah. So, the J County REMC, they come out and took them a while, but they got our power back on, I don't know, about hour ago or so and stuff. So we're back up and running. So at least I could shut the generator off. But I always keep stay-built in my generator, I can tell you that.
Because when it needs to fire up, you want it to be ready.
That's right, big buddy. That's right. So, I'm just going to tell you, and Eskimo Mom lives just those storms, and I'm sure you were sleeping then, but those storms were actually heading northeast, and then all of a sudden they started heading southeast. And Becky, Eskimo Mom, only lives like 60 miles away from me as the crow flies. I sent her a message. I said, I think this thing is coming towards you too. And so, that's part of that thing that hit Indian Lake. And I text Renegade to make sure that he was all right and everything. And he said he had a tree down. He couldn't talk. So, but sounds like he's all right. But man, I'll tell you what, those were some powerful winds, and it was just such a hard, fast, saturating rain. I mean, I got pictures. I'll send them to your phone. But I've got 3 gardens out here, and my ditch line and everything. They were all flooded when I went outside. And that temperature dropped almost 20 degrees.
Right.
And there was steam coming off of that hail that was laying out there and stuff. So, but I didn't want to call off of work tonight, but I had to keep the generator running and everything.
So yeah, got to do what you got to do. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Well, Pump.
All right, we'll see you later, big buddy.
Have a good night.
Have a great
weekend. Yes, indeed. He mentioned the storms were moving, and this is what they talk about, the different wind directions in the atmosphere. That's why you were under tornado watches. Yeah, you've got a line, essentially the line of weather. The line itself is moving, like to the east and the southeast, but along that line, the storms are traversing from like southwest to northeast, and that's where you get that rotation up in the atmosphere that spawns, well, tornadoes all the way down to the ground. That was the first round of storms earlier in the day, with kind of the daytime heating there that impacted northern Indiana, Ohio. Well, we had a few rumbles of thunder here in the southwest portions of the state, but barely got any rain out of that first line. We got kind of lucky with that. And they told us very early on, we had one watch box from midday until about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then things cleared out, and next round was from like 9 p.m. till 3, 4 in the morning was the anticipation, which that line's already come through our area. But the damage was done, indeed. Some of the other folks checking in, John said, my friend has a food service trailers in Russell Point at his home there. Downs Concessions. One of the trucks destroyed and had some damage to the buildings there. Hello to Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners and drivers out there, please be careful. Stay safe. 65 degrees still here in my area of the Bluegrass. A lot of bad lightning, thunder, rain, tornado watch in effect for my county and the surrounding counties at this hour there in Kentucky. Yes, indeed. Chad had a few things to say. How do you do, Steve? It's been one hell of a night up this way. Well, a lot of properties and most of Lakeview, Ohio, hit really hard. Carolina Monkey Gouger is in the house tonight. Let's see, copy the mail, 57 Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Hump day or whatever day it is for you. I got a late start thanks to the weather going either north or south of my home 20. Rain, a lot of lightning, pouring in Middletown, Ohio. Windy, 60 degrees. Everybody be safe out there. Michael Westmoreland is checking in from West Monroe, Louisiana tonight at 74 degrees. Heather, Indian Lake is destroyed, she says. Now, on down in West Monroe, Louisiana, he said earlier today we were at 87 degrees. Wow. Daniel, hello from Columbus, Montana. Good morning, 30 degrees up here. So brain dead start this week. Good morning, Steve. Happy Monday, at least as it feels like. 67 and that line of thunderstorms knocking at the door. I did send you our DA of the Week nominees. Dingbat got you our Hero of the Week. Yes, indeed. Got both of them. Thank you very much. He said he'll check in later in the morning. Congratulations, Pappy or Grampy. How wonderful from Kevin this morning. Get to a few other folks there. Let's see, scrolling on down. Dirty Harry, morning, everybody. Just wanted to say thank you for all the prayers. I looked at my portals today, and if I read it correctly, no cancer, but I'll get official results Tuesday. I hope I'm correct. That's good news. That's great news. Hopefully you're able to read that right there, Dirty Harry. A lot of bad weather in Arkansas tonight. Yes, indeed. So it is 844-844-3388. So you are, let's see, double R's. Have you caught up with the leading edge yet, or are you just rolling in the rain, or what are you dealing with, double R?
Well, right now I'm on 71 in between Cincinnati and Louisville, and seems pretty calm. It's just barely like a mist rain right now, but I know coming through Cincinnati, Steve, I'm going to tell everybody just to be careful. Don't get in a hurry. There's no freight that can't wait. I've seen more wrecks on 71 north of 275, 71, a car got into a semi southbound there. Right two lanes are closed. Put a hole in the dude's fuel tank, and that's a mess with this diesel fuel and rain, water. So that'll be like an ice skating rink. I've seen a lot of cars coming through Cincinnati that has hitting the concrete barriers in the middle, and same over in Florence, Kentucky. But as of right now, Steve, we're doing everything's going well so far. I guess Anita had a rough day coming out of Cleveland. We picked up that Rolls Royce, and now we're on our way to New Orleans. By all means, keep that 87 degrees down there. We're on our way. And hopefully we'll get down there sometime in the morning. But Nita was telling me that, well, she had to wake me up. She was petrified, from the winds and everything, but she seen a semi laid over in the medium. Then she said she seen one that was laid over in a rest area. And but anyhow, I found out, Steve, on my truck, you do not put stop leak in these new trucks. I guess they're not designed for stop leaks like the old semis, I don't know if it's because of the antifreeze or what, but my truck, the person had it before I did, put stop leak in it and messed the system up, and now they're having to go through there and flush it numerous amount of times. He said it'll probably be the end of the month before I get my truck back.
Wow.
But yeah, it's crazy. These new trucks, I mean, how they have things designed in these new trucks. I mean, they've got them set up now to where the truck is telling the driver how to drive instead of the driver telling the truck how to do it.
Right.
And
yep.
A lot of people don't realize that, and they want to get out here and motor down, and it's crazy. I mean, but by all means, everybody just be safe tonight. Don't get in a hurry. There's no freight that can't wait, and we'd like to see you guys around tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But,
you do the
other
same.
than that,
I'm kind of
oh yeah, we're
zooming in. So Louisville, the backside of the storm. You're kind of like you're on the backside at this point in time. So the way things are progressing off to the south and east, it might just stay out and ahead of you. You might not actually be able to catch up with it. Let's hope that's the case.
Well, yeah, that's not going to bother me one bit. So, but yeah, we're going to get down here to New Orleans and drop this car off for some kind of a cancer show they got going on, and then we're going to creep over to Alabama and drop off this Rolls Royce I have. It's a 1926 Rolls Royce, and this thing is beautiful. But we're going to drop it, and then I'm going to go home and get the camper, and I'm headed for Louisville, and I'll have the steaks and the Miller Lite ready when you get down there.
Yes, sir.
Don't you guys mess around. Yeah, don't you all mess around now.
How did you
have it all set up?
How did you get such a screwed up schedule? You went from, I guess you were in Detroit, so you go from Detroit to Cincinnati to make a drop-off this past morning. So you had to go from there back to Cleveland, Ohio, then right back to Cincinnati again. What a screwy schedule.
Well, I might get fired over this, but that's what happens when you have a book-stupid dispatcher.
Okay.
No, I'm serious, Steve. And Grump, if he's out there, he'll probably tell you the same thing. To me, a dispatcher, I've been out here going on 45 years. A dispatcher shouldn't be a dispatcher unless you have some kind of trucking, actually been in trucking as far as actually driving you know, oh yeah, they're crazy. Ford Motor Company, I'm going to use them for instance. We carry a load out of Ford Motor Company going out west, and they dispatch us at 65 miles an hour. And how the hell they do it? You're going to have an overall speed of 75 miles an hour, even through cities, in order to make this dispatch and your arrival time like they want you to.
Yeah.
You know? But, you know, you get a lot, and then you get these dispatchers, I don't think they should be a dispatcher unless they have some kind of a trucking, they've been around trucking, or they, common knowledge. You get these dispatchers that go to college, and I'm not knocking college. I think everybody should have you can't get enough education. But they go to school and they learn this stuff through schooling, and it's backwards. It's dumb. But yeah, that's what happened. We went from Detroit, Cincinnati, back up to Cleveland, now down to New Orleans, over to Alabama, and then home. Now, ain't that crazy?
Now, just looking at a map, you'd say, all right, you'd be simple. Okay, Detroit, stop in Cleveland, down through Cincinnati, and then you're on south. But, all right, that's hundreds of extra miles. I don't know. You're getting paid by the mile, is it?
That's what I was getting ready to tell you, buddy. I'm glad I get paid by the mile.
Okay, that's worse.
So, yes, sir, buddy. That's going to help buy my steaks this week. But
there you go.
Anyhow, it is what it is. So I guess we had a hard time last night trying to get out of that secret bunker, Steve. You got good security there. We left there, and I guess Sis, when she took us back to our truck, Anita forgot her phone, had to turn around and go back to the secret bunker to get her phone, and I'm thinking, my God, we ain't never going to get out of here, So. But it was good being there with you guys, and like I said, we're going to see you up there at the truck show. But everybody, please be safe tonight and be careful and don't get in a hurry. It's not worth it. But I'm going to get off here, Steve. I'm listening with you, brother, and like I said, don't mess around. Them steaks will be ready when you get down there.
All right, we'll be hammered down. We'll see you then. Looking here, just got an email from one of our listening friends. Sent me a number of photographs. Let's see. Our campground, Glacier Hills Lakes, took a direct hit. Luckily, we've not heard of any fatalities. Some taken to the hospital. The camp store and the house connected to it completely leveled. Many campers destroyed. Thank goodness this did not happen during full-fledged camping season. The campground was expected to open on April 1 of this year. I attached a video. I've got a link here to the video of the tornado hitting the campground, taken by a nearby neighbor, and some photographs there. Wow. All right, about 5 before the hour. We'll take it to the top here. SpaceX. As I kind of expected, as the schedules worked out, I did not have an opportunity to tune in live. Sounds like it was pretty exciting, though, as SpaceX came very close to completing the hour-long test flight of their mega rocket, the Starship, this past morning. The spacecraft ultimately was lost as it descended back toward the Earth. The company said they lost contact with the Starship as it was nearing the goal, which was a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. Until then, most everything had gone well. Following liftoff from the southern tip of Texas near the Mexican border, they sent out a posting on X. I always want to say a tweet because that's what we all know it as. It's X. The ship has been lost, so no splashdown today. But again, it's incredible to see how much further we got this time around. The biggest, most powerful rocket ever built headed out over the Gulf of Mexico after liftoff Thursday morning, flying east a few minutes later, the booster separating seamlessly from the spaceship and plummeted into the Gulf although not exactly as planned because of what appeared to be an entry engine issue. The spacecraft then continued toward the east. Of course, there were no people or satellites on board. Starship reached an altitude of about 145 miles as it coasted across the Atlantic and South Africa before approaching the Indian Ocean about 49 minutes into the flight. With just 15 minutes remaining, all contact was lost. They presume the spacecraft broke apart. Now, at this point, it was 40 miles high, traveling at about 16,000 miles per hour. SpaceX's Elon Musk just congratulated the team a little earlier. We have come a long way, which indeed they have. It's trial and error with space travel. And eventually, hopefully, we get it right.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. Former President Donald Trump expected to be in the courtroom when his attorneys argue for the dismissal of his federal classified documents case. U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon scheduled the hearing in Fort Pierce, Florida, to consider two of Trump's motions to dismiss the case based on what Trump's attorneys claim is special counsel Jack Smith's unconstitutionally vague use of the Espionage Act and his application of the Presidential Records Act. Backers of the TikTok bill in the U.S. House say it isn't meant to crack down on the use of the app.
It's meant to make the app more trustworthy and useful for Americans to enjoy safely.
I don't support a ban on TikTok. The legislation did not ban TikTok. It's simply a divestiture of TikTok so that this social media platform can be owned by an American company.
Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says that is necessary in order to protect Americans' personal data from the Chinese Communist Party. The bill requires Chinese-owned ByteDance to divest from TikTok in 180 days or face a ban of the app in U.S. app stores.
Federal prosecutors announcing 3 Kansas City men have been charged in connection with an illegal firearms trafficking investigation related to the shooting outside Union Station on February 14th. According to a criminal complaint, 2 of the firearms recovered in the shooting that left 1 person dead, 22 others wounded, had been illegally trafficked. An ATF special agent stated in the court document that he believed 12 people showed firearms during the shooting, and at least 6 of them fired their weapons. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A San Diego law firm initiating a federal lawsuit against Philip Morris, alleging that the nicotine product Zyn is being marketed toward young people. The class action suit contends that the flavored pouch product poses a health risk to consumers. Chuck Norris proved that he is still in fighting shape as he celebrated his 84th birthday last weekend.
You know, I'm 84 today, but I feel like I'm 48. God bless you all.
Norris, a veteran of the United States Air Force, has a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, and Tang Soo. After being discharged from the military, Norris won a slew of titles after launching his career as a professional martial artist, and then met Bruce Lee. And the rest is history. As one fan said, Chuck Norris died 20 years ago, but death is too scared of him to let him know. Happy Pi Day. Pi Day occurs on March 14th each year because the date is written as 3.14. Pi, the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter, or approximately 3.14. But it's also become synonymous with pizza pie and other round foods. So Pizza Hut, 7-Eleven, Burger King, California Pizza Kitchen, among others, have Pi Day specials. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Another hour. Hour number 2 gets underway. Get a check of some of our travelers' weather, brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. It's one of those nights. If you love a rainy night, this is your kind of night. From northeast Texas all the way now to eastern Pennsylvania, and along that line. Strong straight line winds. In many cases, some hail in the mix. We have not had any additional tornado warnings for right about an hour now. Just a lot of straight line winds in the mix there. Of course, as we are less than a week away from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Some folks are saying, any idea what the weather's going to be like? You just never know this time of year. It could be a beautiful spring-like weather, 70 degrees. It could be weather like we had this past day, strong storms, tornado warnings. We've seen that at the show in years gone by. It could actually be snowing, which has happened on a number of occasions in the past as well. March is kind of, it's known as the month of extremes. The battle between two seasons, winter and spring. And according to AccuWeather, the upcoming weeks will continue to demonstrate just that, with at least 2 outbreaks of cold air to drop in from Canada and roll across the Midwest and into the Northeast. This week's already been one of extremes. Temperatures had surged in the east as a snowstorm buried parts of Colorado and severe weather rolling across the Mississippi Valley. And the winds howling in California. It's been a Santa Ana wind event. The tale for the Midwest and the Northeast through the end of the month here will be exchanges of warm and cold. More of the warm air prevailed in the first half of the month, running well above historical average. Now, the second half of the month may end up with temperatures trending back down toward historical average. This extended stretch of above average warmth will soon come to an end across much of the Midwest and the Northeast due to a storm diving out of Canada. What are we looking at? The arrival of the colder air just before the official start of astronomical spring, which begins next Tuesday. Technically, spring arrives 11:06 p.m. Eastern Time next Tuesday. After highs into the 50s into Saturday, in Chicago, temperatures nosedive Sunday and Monday. Highs will range from the upper 40s to near 40, which would be below historical average. It'll take till early next week for that colder air to reach much of the Northeast. Pittsburgh, for example, highs are going to trend downward from the 70s this past day to near 60 Friday and Saturday as the colder air moves in Sunday. Temperatures probably no higher than 50 degrees and may top out in the upper 30s for Monday and Tuesday of next week. On the East Coast, high temperatures by Tuesday will only be in the mid-40s in New York City, about 5 degrees below average for this time of year. That's quite a swing from the first couple weeks of March when you were running well above. Now, you throw in some wind and other atmospheric conditions, temperatures in all locations are going to be 10 degrees lower or more than the actual air temperature, especially at the beginning and end of the day and through the overnight hours. The leading edge of the colder air arrives. Rain and some snow showers break out near the Great Lakes Sunday, which, by the way, is St. Patrick's Day. Then it expands toward more of the Midwest and the Northeast on Monday. The air will get chilly near the ground, but it'll get much colder at the level of the atmosphere where the jets fly. That instability will create flurries, snow showers, and even some snow squalls on Monday and Tuesday. Now, given the setup, the heavier squalls may be most active during the midday and afternoon. Where those squalls are drifting across the highways, we see the sudden drop in visibility, and even a brief slushy coating of snow could occur. And it looks like that chilly air is going to have a bit of staying power, lasting through at least the middle of next week. There could be a brief warm-up toward late next week. It may not last long, as Mother Nature will bring another storm with a fresh round of chilly air during the last week of March. Let's hope that warm-up occurs for those few days where we all gather in Louisville. Doesn't look like the storms are going to hook up with the cold air just right to bring a snow event to the I-95 corridor. Yeah, the chance of a bit of snow or wintry mix still possible in those areas later this month. So kind of up and down we go, and obviously this storm system is bringing in some colder air as we speak. On a Friday, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Ackworth, Georgia, checking in. What a beautiful day this past day. It was 80 degrees. Got loaded up for Brownsville, Texas. We'll head out sometime Saturday for a Monday delivery. Gonna get a round of golfing tomorrow. But judging from the weather report, 94% probability, and radar off to the west, I canceled our tee time. You know, lightning and golf clubs don't play well together, right? Let's see. Can you believe what Chucky Schumer said about the Israeli people, that they should immediately vote out Netanyahu? It's amazing how far a politician will go, what he will say and do to remain in power, even turn against his own heritage and take the side of the group of animals who murdered fellow Jewish men, women, and children. What a disgusting human being, Chucky Schumer. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Timothy, a nice 58 here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. A little bit late to the show, but I was watching some magnet fishing, a show out of the UK. That's entertaining stuff. It's amazing what you can pull out of a lake or the river. Dingbat, hey there. Good morning. Calling it a crazy yet rainy night here in West Memphis. 65 at this hour. Me and the fur babies are in bed for the night, where we're going to wait the storm out. Brain Dead's out working, which makes me worry at times like these with this sort of weather. Hope everyone's safe out there tonight driving, though. But time to have a nice argument with this pillow and the fur babies. Much love. Oh, and Wilson and Bob wanted to know how many days till Christmas. I love y'all, everyone. Good night. All right. Go count the sheep. Under the industry headlines, a trucker who previously had served time for stealing Swift Transportation cargo has been found guilty of setting multiple Swift trailers on fire. The first conviction of an alleged multi-state arson spree. Earlier this week, a jury in California federal court found Virel Prekop of Allen Park, Michigan, guilty of 6 counts of arson of vehicle or property in interstate commerce. 16-day trial revealed that Prekop had set fire to 6 tractor trailers owned by Swift in 6 different Southern California cities. Going back to December of 21 to September of 2022. The criminal complaint reveals he set fire to more than 24 Swift tractor trailers in 8 different states after serving time for the transportation of goods stolen from Swift. First fire goes all the way back to June of 2020 to TA location in Santa Rosa, New Mexico. 4 days later, another Swift trailer set ablaze in Forest City, Arkansas. By the time the BATF got involved in January of 22, approximately 14 Swift tractor trailers had succumbed to fire. For the next 8 months, 11 more trailers would be set on fire. By September of 22, Swift trailers had been set on fire in 8 states, spanning from Barstow, California, to McCalla, Alabama, 9 in New Mexico, 6 in California, 3 in Texas, 3 in Arizona, 1 each in Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Alabama. Most of these fires took place at a truck stop or a rest area along Interstate 40 or Interstate 10. In many cases, the driver was asleep in the cab. In nearly all cases, the fire was started at a trailer tire with a piece of cloth doused in flammable liquid. ATF agents caught a break with the 21st and 22nd fires at 2 truck stops in Southern California. In those cases, law enforcement, they were able to obtain surveillance footage of a suspect vehicle, dark-colored tractor-trailer with a white trailer. It was cell phone data, ultimately, that would lead investigators to Precop. After obtaining data from cellular towers near the fire sites, investigators found a device was used at the location of at least 10 of those fires. The device ended up being one by Geotab, a telematics provider for fleet management. Took him some time. I guess his vendetta, just over a period of several years. I guess he's going to spend a lot of time behind bars. We'll get back to your calls right after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say on a casual Friday? Brain dead. We'll get to our DA of the Week nominees. And a heartwarming story, the good news story out of Louisiana this week from Dingbat. But he also sent me a link to a story about, what is he called? Skullbuster beer. A story out of North Carolina where a wastewater treatment plant in Charlotte is recreating beer in an ultra-sustainable fashion. It's called Renew Brew. Renew Brew. It's the first beer in the Carolinas made using recycled wastewater. Yummy. Charlotte Brewery, Town Brewing, has partnered with Charlotte Water and Water Technology Company to manufacture this. Here's how it works, they say. Charlotte Water processes 85 million gallons of water a day. Instead of returning it to the Catawba River, the water goes through extra purification and is tested for 150 contaminants. Now, experts say the process, this is the future, could be the solution for communities where water is scarce. Renew Brew won Best in Show at the Queen City Brewers Festival blind taste testing. At this point, they say it's not yet for sale, But you can try it at Town Brewing's 420 Festival next month. 420 Festival. Okay. Essentially, it's potty water being recycled back into beer. But Donut Man, how the heck are you?
Pretty good. How you doing, Steve? I have to follow that story.
Yeah, right.
What the? Are they aiming to be number 1 or number 2? That's what I want to know.
Oh boy.
Good Lord Almighty! Just when I thought I heard it all, okay. I'll stick with my Yingling. I'll be good. That's made with fresh water. We're good.
So are you making the journey back to Wilmington yet? It looks like things should be a whole lot quieter for you by now.
Oh yeah, I'm just south of Lodi right now, coming by the first rest area on the way back. I had a little bit of a downpour there on 90 by Menor, and other than that, it's been pretty much dry and damp roads. Storms all passed. It's a lot better than it was coming up.
Yeah,
it was doing all right, and I got it up there around just north of Columbus there, just not almost to the 131 there, and it was just a big shish kebab show from then. I mean, there was barrels blown. I mean, power was out there at the Pilot and the Flying J. That was all dark right there at the 131. The rest area there at just before that was all dark, and guys, trucks, cars, everybody parked on the shoulders all over the place. It was interesting. The wind was blowing. My wiggle wagons were living up to the name wiggle wagons there for a while. That was for sure. But yeah, it's a lot smoother coming back. So far it's just been pretty much dry as a bone. Hadn't had to turn the wipers on for a while and enjoying the smooth ride. So
that's good.
Hopefully it stays like this the rest of the way back to Wilmington. But did you see this situation the other day in New York, Steve, where that Lion Letitia was giving a speech in front of the New York Fire Department, and they booed her and started shouting Trump's name? They were like, Trump, Trump, Trump. And
yeah.
He's like, let's settle down. We're in the house of the Lord, or the Lord's house, or something like that. Now I saw a report where they're wanting to find out who these firefighters were that did that, and I don't know if they're wanting to fire them or what the deal is. I thought, it's bad enough that they've already turned New York City into a police state on purpose. I mean, you got out-of-control crime, and they bring in the National Guard stuff to protect the subways, and the people welcome it. That's exactly what the plan is. It's like they're doing a test run there with it. And then they got Chuck Schumer. What a low life. This is a family show, so I'll be nice. Just a low life. To get up there and sit there and tell Israel they need to hold elections because Netanyahu doesn't believe in supporting terrorism the way they do. And if I'm not mistaken, Steve, isn't Chuck Schumer Jewish?
Yeah, last I checked.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right. Okay. I was just kind of wondering. You can't make this stuff up. And I also want to congratulate Pappy on the birthday of his grandson. Congratulations, Pappy. If you're down at Louisville next week, make sure you have your cigars with you for us. I'm proud. I'm happy for you, Pappy. My oldest grandson, Steve, you're not going to believe that. My granddaughter, the one you've met at the truck show on several occasions, is going to be 16 here in a couple days. And my oldest grandson's going to be a senior next year already. That you've watched them grow up, some of them over the years.
Right. Time flies, don't it, man? Time flies.
You got that right. And also wanted to pass a sad note along. I heard on Mark Levin today. I want to send condolences to Dan Bongino. He said he lost, I guess his mother passed away on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah?
I know Pappy listens to Dan Bongino a lot, so I thought I'd just like to pass condolences along. I mean, I know what it's like. I lost my mom a couple years ago, and it's been a little over about 2 years since I lost my mother-in-law, so I want to say thoughts and prayers out to Dan Bongino. I mean, I'm sorry for your loss, and sending prayers his way, too. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing everybody there. It makes it down Thursday, and so it's just gonna be me and the wife this year, because I don't know if you know, my daughter's working at, she works at R&L too. She works at the dispatch office. She's actually a dispatch clerk now for actually my dispatcher. So
how about that?
She does my paperwork and gets to send me on my way. She's been be a year in May already since she's been there. Hell, it doesn't seem like it's been that long. Hell, it doesn't seem like it's been a year already since the last truck show.
I know. Yes, sir. Yep.
Where's this year gone? Are we just getting older, Steve, or is time actually going faster or something? Or, I mean, it's already almost the end of March. We're almost into April already.
Yep.
It just seems like yesterday they dropped the darn ball in New York, you know? But, yeah, time's flying, but looking forward to seeing you and the Princess and Double R, and, of course, Mr. Truck Show himself will be there, the Monkey Gouger. So I'll make sure I have to bring donuts for Pappy if he makes it down. So.
And I'm not sure if Pappy said he's going to be I haven't asked him about that in recent. I thought he said something about he's got to work this year or something. I'll have to get the final word.
Yeah, I always look forward to seeing everybody. It's like, you know, Monkey Gouger said it best. Like I've been saying, it's like a family reunion.
Yep.
Every year getting to see everybody and just remembering everyone over the years we've lost as part of our family over the years. I remember seeing that picture, and he talks about that. You know, him and Doc Holliday were the only two left in that picture, and it's just like, man, that just kind of hits, you know. But, yeah, I hope everybody has safe travels tonight and misses the weather, and hopefully, you know, everybody makes it down, have safe travels there to the truck show, and look forward to seeing everybody.
And hope Mother Nature gives us some good weather next week, right? Little question mark maybe in the mix there. We'll take care of news break here, bottom of the hour. Much more to come on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has successfully posted bond in his civil defamation case in New York. His attorney, Alina Habba, filed the $91.63 million bond on Thursday, following approval by a judge earlier this week. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is urging Israel to hold new elections, criticizing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his handling of Gaza and advocating for a two-state solution.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way by allowing his political survival to take the precedence over the best interests of Israel.
Schumer says he does defend Israel's right to combat Hamas while condemning civilian casualties. Home improvement store sales are driving increased spending in February. That's according to the Commerce Department. Retail sales rebounded by 0.6% last month, following a decline of over 1% in January. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Good to have you on board. Hope you've had a good week. Friday coming on. We will turn the page, 15th day of March. Heading into, I almost forgot about that, St. Patrick's Day weekend, right? St. Patrick's Day this Sunday. A couple of updates here. Reeling from the damage, the devastation, Indian Lake. The high school there has announced classes are canceled after the tornadoes devastated the area. Indian Lake High School said they're actually working at this moment. Schools in the district will be open as emergency shelters as soon as possible, from the social media post. The district said, asking for prayers for our community at this time. And I had an update from Horse Feathers this past day. Guess you got the good news on the whole biopsy thing in the breast area where they were, the nodule, whatever the lump that they were concerned could have been cancerous, was not. And they also did the heart catheterization thing. Let me see if I can remember correctly. There were some blockages. One was like 40%, but not enough to actually place a stent. So he did not have to have any additional stents put in. He said something about it's got to be like, is it 70%? The blockage has to be large enough before they can even put a stent in. And I'm thinking, well, at 40%, I mean, you're almost halfway blocked there, but I don't understand the whole medical background on how that works. But everything's okay. I guess he's home, recuperating, be back on the job here in fairly short order. So that was some good news. And again, the good news from Dirty Harry that, according to the charts that he was looking at, it appears the test on his one remaining lung was non-cancerous. Gets the official results next Tuesday. And Brother Rambler checks in on a Friday morning. Hi there.
Man, that's some good praise reports right there, Steve. And glad to know that Brother Harry Gordon, is cancer free. Glad to know that old Will, Horse Feathers is doing pretty good too. Glad all that come back negative and everything. And hadn't got an update on Lady Heat Wave yet, but I'm sure someone out there, or maybe he'll call in tonight and give us an update on what's going on with Lady Heat Wave.
Yeah, I had not heard.
But
I hadn't heard an update myself. Yeah, Gilligan kind of gave us what he knew a couple nights ago, but I hadn't heard. I don't know.
I heard that.
Is she still in ICU, or I don't know really anything further?
I don't know. I mean, I messaged Neil and told him, "Hey, brother, I love you, love your wife. I'm praying for you." And he did, a like image to it. So I mean, I hadn't heard nothing.
Okay.
I know he's been very tired, but we're definitely praying for him and praying for her too. It's just, it was about this time last year she got sick.
Yes, when they
remember,
they made that drive all the way from Albuquerque to the Mid-America, and yeah, she got sick about halfway there and ended up in the hospital for the duration of the truck show there.
I know it, and I hate that I'm not going to be able to make it. I had plans. I was going to bring Donovan with me, a little Rambler, but everything that I had to go through, I kind of put that on hold. So try and make it next year, and. Yeah, I wanted to see everybody myself and shake hands, give hugs and everything. And congratulations to Pappy or Graffy. I'm calling Graffy on becoming a pawpaw. So congratulations there, brother. Now, can you imagine the scene? All right. You got two guys, nice spring night, fire going, crickets in the background. Probably two are passing around the devil's lettuce, which you shouldn't be doing in the first place. One old dude looks at the other one and says, "Hey, got this new devil's Kool-Aid, which is, y'all call beer. I want you to try."
Uh-huh.
Old buddy hands his buddy that beer you just, that devil's Kool-Aid you just mentioned. Skullbusters, yes. Can you imagine the first sip and spits it out and say, "Good Lord, this tastes like urine"?
It was.
Beer's off. Yeah, hey, buddy. At one time, that's what it was. Oh man, we already knew. For folks that aren't connoisseurs of beer, that's probably what it does taste like, So now you get the little taste, and my God, talk about having a vendetta against a trucking company. Good Lord!
Right.
I guess he was mad because Swift helped put him behind bars, and he got a whole new objective on what sex appeal in prison is like. And I guess he didn't like it and wanted to take it out on Swift. Well, that just goes to show you. I mean, good Lord. When I left that company, and of course that's where I got my start at, slow wagon and fast traffic, see what I F-word up today, and all the other sayings. They started getting some crazy folks whenever I left. Kind of like, and I'll say it to this day till I quit breathing air. The notorious SDK, one of the many ones. I'm convinced. I'll stand on it. I'll stand on the rock right now and proclaim it loud and proud that I know that the notorious SDK, that had to be that owner operator sitting in that Memphis terminal when Memphis terminal was off of Winchester Road in Memphis, holding down court, preaching the same thing. He calls your show up and preaches. He was sitting there at the table, had a group of folks around him about being cheated out of money. I kid you not, Steve. My right hand to the Lord. I heard the same thing back in 1998, 99, many years ago. So I guess his spiel hadn't changed a bit, but I mean, my Lord, you know, to have that kind of a vendetta against a company, you're certifiable crazy, you know. And, I mean, my God, you know, you already went to doggone prison once. And, I mean, Lord knows, you know, you're going to get caught. It's only a matter of time. You know, you can't cover all the bases all the time. And you're going to get caught eventually. And, man, I tell you what, not only is he looking at prison time, he's looking at restitution too, you know. And I guarantee you, Swift will probably come after him. Ooh, let's see here, cargo damage, truck and trailer damage. Oh, yeah, he's looking at a couple of $1 million in restitution. I guarantee you, Swift's going to want to get out of him. So, look, folks, when someone does you wrong, just let it go. That's why at the Turban Ministry Church, we always say, you know, we want to pray for all your friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, and dead last thumbs up, even your enemies. Pray for them. Love them. You know, bless him who spitefully use you. Ask God to bless them, you know. And, well, just like there's someone, you know, he heard a message, and he went to another parishioner, cussed me like a dog, said that I was a fake preacher, prophet, this, that, and the other. He'll never step foot back in our church because the Lord didn't call him by name, but called his sin out behind the pulpit, and it rubbed him the wrong way and everything like that. I said, well, man, you know, I'm not here to take the word of God and twist it and, you know, to make you feel good about yourself. You know, I'm not a Kenneth Copeland. I don't want your money. You know, I don't want to be a billionaire. You know, I'm going to preach what God gives, and what comes out of this mouth from behind the pulpit was what comes out, and I will not apologize for anything. You know, so and the sad part is, you know, I brought when I finally found him, you know, I brought it up in a nice way, and we apologized, and he still after apologizing still just kept on bad-mouthing me. He said, well, what are you going to do about it, Brother Perry? I said, love him. I said, I'm going to give him a hug, love him, as if nothing never happened. I said, well, why? Why won't you defend yourself? I said, you know what Isaiah 53 tells me? That Jesus was like a lamb being led to slaughter, that he didn't open his mouth and say a word. I said, trust me, I let the Lord fight all my battles. I ain't got to say or utter a word. I just keep preaching what God will have me preaching, Steve. Keep on going the way I'm going, and if anyone hates my guts, you know what? I kill them with love and kindness, because I sincerely have a pastor's heart when it comes to God's children, you know. And I hate that I won't be able to be at the Mid-America truck show, because there's so many people I like to shake hands and give hugs to and everything like that. But we'll try and make it another year in time. But, man, just want to remind you folks, God's children, Steve, I just thank you so much for allowing me to come on your show and tell us, and you know, you giving me the time to tell about our church. I know some folks will say, well, that's a cheap plug, but, you know, if Steve wouldn't let me do it, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't say an utter word. And I just thank you, Steve, for everything you do. And, you know, when you leave this earth and you cross that River Jordan and you stand before the I am that I am, you know, there's going to be people that's going to come up to you and say, Steve Summers, it's a pleasure to meet you. You let that preacher, Brother Rambler, get on your show and tell about his church. I tuned in, and listening to that man of God preach, I got saved. Seriously, Steve, seriously, I'm telling you, you will have that gratification. So I thank you so much. And, you know, God's children, we're just mainly an online church. We do have, you know, in-person service. And we get a lot of folks coming online. And, you know, look, I love you. I preach what God gives me to preach. You know, I'm not going to get paid money to stand behind. I don't get paid money anyways, but, you know, I'm not going to stand behind God's sacred desk and take his gospel and twist it to make you feel good about yourself, to make your sin feel like it's normalcy for you to do. No, I'm going to preach what God gives me to preach, and I'm going to love you. I don't care what kind of sinner you are. I'm going to love you because I can overlook your sin because Jesus will forgive you. And if he can forgive you, I can overlook it and love you. But come on and be with us Sunday nights at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We love to have you sing some of your good old gospel songs. If you could tolerate my singing, because I'm not the world's best singer. Boy, last Sunday my voice was cracking. It was horrible. But I told the story about Horatio Spafford, and if you want to know about that story, just go back and watch. And talk about Steve, you talk about a trial that man went through. When you lose a business in the Chicago fire 1871, and you lose a 4-year-old child, you're a prominent lawyer in Chicago, and then you decide with your wife and your 4 remaining daughters that you're going to take a vacation, so you put them on a ship, send them to England. Well, you have to stay behind because the businesses you had got burned to the ground. There's zoning conflicts you got to resolve. But while his wife and daughters were on a ship, their ship sank. And all 4 of his daughters were killed. Only his wife survived.
Wow.
And then Horatio, look him up, Horatio Spafford. He wrote the song, it is well with my soul. And he wrote that song, Steve, when he was on his way. He got a telegram. All it read from his wife, survived and alone. That's all it read, survived and alone. He already lost his son, lost all 4 of his daughters, lost his business and everything. I mean, that's a reason for anybody to want to commit suicide. But yet, when the ship he was on going to take care of his wife crossed the latitude and longitude lines where the ship that had his daughters went down in the Atlantic, the captain knew what happened. The captain went and got him and said, this is right here is where it happened. And he penned those words, it is well with my soul. The man never lost faith in Christ, and he kept on going for God, Steve. Now that's faith. That's faith. Because anybody else, we flip God the middle finger and say, I won't go worship a God that's that horrible. But you got to always realize, Steve, and anyone else that's listening to me, our buddy on the Delmarva, the Chicken Feed Holler, Gilligan, Neil, anyone that's listening, Miss Millie, no matter what, God is in control. I know that firsthand, and that's where faith and trust comes in. So come on and pay us a visit, Determined Ministries Church. We like to sing some of your old gospel songs and just tune in, hear this old fat boy, the balding head and glasses and a big old beard, preach what God gives him. And there's another show that comes on after Determined Ministries Church, another show that's sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Steve, can you tell us a little bit about that wonderful show that we all love so much?
If all goes to plan, we'll be here the midnight hour, Sunday night, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's right. And remember this, God's children, love is not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, your brother Rambler can love you, and I do, everyone stay safe during these storms. Let's keep praying for one another, especially people who have been affected by the storms. Y'all pray for me. I'll pray for you, and I'll talk to you later. God bless. Goodbye. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you for checking in, and you do the same, and we'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm not certain if Pappy's out there working tonight or maybe at the hospital with the new grandbaby. This would be the kind of thing he could maybe give us a little input on at some point in time. In Southern California, 16 Orange County Sheriff's Department Special Weapons and Tactics team members injured in an explosion at an FBI facility in Southern California. Orange County Sheriff's Department shared the news that the SWAT team was holding their annual exercise Wednesday at the FBI's Jerry Crow Regional Tactical Training Facility in partnership with the Sheriff's Hazardous Devices Section. This is in Irvine, California. During the training, an explosion occurred indoors, causing injuries to 16 members of the SWAT team. 15 transported to local hospitals by ambulance, and one was able to transport himself. But according to the Sheriff's Department, one of the injured SWAT team members sustained a non-life-threatening leg injury, which required surgery. They described some of the other injuries. Many of the 13 SWAT team members who were transported to the hospital with ringing in the ears and dizziness were treated and released. Now, Gonzalez told Fox News the FBI was not involved in Wednesday's incident. The Orange County Sheriff's Department's conducting an investigation. While an investigation has been launched into the incident, they haven't revealed the cause of the explosion. But it was a training exercise. They simply confirmed Wednesday's explosion at the training facility, and it's still under investigation. They said a training incident that occurred today at the FBI training facility in Irvine with law enforcement partners did indeed result in some injuries and is under investigation. Yet they had some photos in the aftermath that were posted on X by the New York Post this past day. About 6 before the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Vic.
Hey, Steve. I'll get this. You're talking about all this stuff happening with law enforcement, but real quick, it seems like every year we get this warm weather and stuff starts to bud out, and then we have this cold spell coming on.
Yep.
I'm not looking forward to that next week, but I'll just have to decide what I'm going to do with my plants. But on a bigger scheme, I don't know what's happening with what's called the soft red winter wheat crop there. I don't know if it's went to the jointing stage and will be subject to winter kill or not, but it'll just be another notch up in inflation if that happens, if you're not paying enough for bread already. And on your beer, I don't know if they can take out, there are so many drugs in wastewater anymore, and most plants, water treatment plants, can't take that out. So I don't know if their filtration system can get all that out of the wastewater or not, because between the legal drugs and the illegal drugs, that's became quite a problem for wastewater treatment. So, but the one thing I was going to call up was this deal with Trump and all of his lawsuits. And I think that's kind of had effect on the whole deal with the Republican Party. And that's why some of these people are wanting to resign or get out or whatever. And remember, in Colorado, it was actually Republicans that brought that lawsuit about trying to get Trump kicked off the ballot. And so that's pretty well been laid to rest. And there was so much confusion with this deal with Trump. You know, Trump said he was going to drain the swamp. And there's a lot of draining to be done, and people are falling all over one another in these different agencies. But I don't know if this was accurate or not, but they said that Trump's defense was that he used all the records he took, he was allowed to under the Presidential Records Act, and they can't quite bring themselves to, this Jack Smith. That has to be resolved. And in Georgia, if you look at, oddly enough, the National Archives are responsible for all this election stuff. And if you look at all the stuff that a president can do regarding elections, if there are suspicions and everything else, I think that's why that judge dismissed this deal with Fani Willis and a lot of the things that she claimed, because a lot of things.
Well, let's pause there here on a Friday morning.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump has successfully posted bond in his civil defamation case in New York. His attorney, Alina Habba, filed the $91.63 million bond Thursday following approval by a judge earlier this week. The bond shields Trump from any efforts by writer E. Jean Carroll to enforce damages while the case undergoes the appeals process. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office has expressed openness to postponing the criminal trial concerning former President Trump's hush money case. That trial, set to begin March 25th, might see a delay of up to 30 days as per the DA's request. A surge in illegal immigrants from China crossing the southern U.S. border is sparking national security worries. Air Force General Gregory Guillot, who leads the U.S. Northern Command, addressed the issue during a Senate hearing Thursday.
While many may be political refugees, the ability for counterintelligence to hide in plain sight in those numbers.
Over the past 4 months, more than 21,000 Chinese individuals have been apprehended at the southern border. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is urging Israel to hold new elections, criticizing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his handling of Gaza and advocating for a two-state solution.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way by allowing his political survival to take the precedence over the best interests of Israel.
Schumer, however, defends Israel's right to combat Hamas. House Speaker Mike Johnson facing mounting pressure to bring a comprehensive national security package to a vote. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell cautioned that delaying crucial weapons for Ukraine has strengthened Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin is not playing for a tie. He's not headed to the negotiating table. He will not stop at Ukraine. He's told us, and he's shown us many times.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A recent Gallup survey reveals that the majority of college students prioritize campuses with gun restrictions. Approximately 8 out of 10 current and prospective college students consider firearm policies to be at least somewhat significant when deciding to attend or continue enrollment at a school. This trend follows a series of recent incidents involving gun violence on U.S. college campuses. A former Trump administration official, ex-Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, is assembling an investor group to buy TikTok from ByteDance. The House recently passed a bill mandating that the Chinese-based company sell the app or face a ban in the U.S. A recent survey is showing a significant uptick in what researchers define as incivility in U.S. workplaces. USA's Ryan Daniels explains.
According to a survey from the Society for Human Resource Management, roughly 2/3 of American workers say they've either been a part of or have witnessed acts of incivility in the workplace just in the past month.
Interrupting or addressing people disrespectfully, silencing other people whenever they're speaking or otherwise cutting them off. Excessive monitoring or micromanaging, ignoring other people, paying little attention to other people, unprofessional or disrespectful body language.
Jim Link is the chief HR officer for SHRM. He says with the divisive election coming later in the year, incivility in the workplace will probably only become more prescient.
I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
All right, another hour underway. Updates coming your way this round. A discussion of side underride guards on big trucks being forced to wait as dozens of motions consumed most of the advisory committee on underride protection at their meeting that took place earlier this week. Give you the rest of the story there. Let me get back to Vic. We kind of left off there. We're talking about Fani Willis, and I don't know. Do you think that is the judge going to remove her from that? With each passing day, I'm thinking that they're almost going to have to remove her.
Right. Well, what I was saying was what she got removed from, she hadn't been removed, but the problem the judge had was that the charges she brought was so vague that it was impossible for Trump to mount a defense. And I was looking at all the things that a president can do if there's questions about an election and all the duties that he actually has to do. And if you line that up, usually you line stuff up on a T account, debits and credits or something of that nature. That's the way what I usually did, something that would support my position or something that would go against it. I don't know what the paralegals do. But if Fani Willis would have sat and looked at that and said, these are all the charges I think I have, these are the things Trump can do, I don't think she would have a case, because she's trying to say that Trump engaged in racketeering for consulting with other people there in Fulton County and Georgia. Well, you know what, Steve? If you go to the record and see the National Archives, the responsibility of the president, he is charged with doing that if anybody has any questions about the election. So I don't know where she's getting the racketeering thing. He's supposed to canvass the electors. And I believe it's the 12th Amendment. The 12th Amendment strictly says that states cannot force people to vote for, in the Electoral College, vote for the president if they feel like they should be a faithless elector and vote for someone other than whom, there in Georgia, the Democrats took that state. But if one of the Democrat electors said, I don't think this election was right, I'm going to keep Trump in office, they could do that. States can't bind people to whom they were actually elected for. I know it sounds kind of odd, but that's actually the way it is. So that's just one case there with Fani Willis, and then of course, as I mentioned, the deal with Jack Smith there. Trump was saying the records he took with him, he filed and said he was taking those records under the Presidential Records Act. So, they should be pretty much a slam dunk. Okay, where's your paperwork saying you were taking that with you? And do the records meet up with what you're saying, that those were your Records Act, the ones you were allowed to take under the Presidential Records Act? I believe, I think it only pertains to things that happened during his administration, Trump's administration. If he took anything beyond that, they might have a case. And then you go up there in New York, I'm still trying to figure out what they're talking about, the criminal case with Trump, because all of that, I don't know. The last time I messed with any high finance, you didn't get to make the decision. The assessor would come along and tell you what your property was worth. The banks would tell you what the property was worth. They would approve or disapprove a loan. I mean, and many of Trump's cases, many of his properties, I know here in Indiana, sometimes they just lower the assessed value when they give a tax incentive for somebody to come in and, build a business or whatever. And I think he has at least 2 here in Indiana. And I suspect that's the same all over the place. So by and large, what they're trying to do is just take him down. And this E. Jean Carroll, that totally confuses me, because the last I knew, the legal word for damages is a tort. And if you want to file a tort claim against somebody, you have to explain to the court how you've been damaged. I don't know how she can explain to the court where she was damaged because she can't remember when all this happened. So if you don't remember when the assault happened, how can you assess damages? I mean, I know some women that were molested as children, and it affected them through their whole life, and they could tell you the date and time it happened and how it happened and everything else. So she's a little bit, different there. And, how can Trump defend himself against that? I mean, I don't see why that wasn't thrown out of court right off the bat. It's like, you're going to have to come out with better information and verify when this happened because, something else might have happened to you somewhere along the line. And that's where you suffered damages. And so all of this, it's pretty obvious that it's more than just the Democrat Party involved in these lawsuits, and that's where I think it comes to the Republicans and the never-Trumpers. And, Mitch McConnell, for a long time, he was not very cooperative with Trump. He actually organized a meeting there in North Carolina before Trump was elected and saying that he could control him. But the big thing is that now the Republican Party has changed, and I think there were some people that they might have decided it was just a good time to exit. So in a way, Trump might be kind of cleaning up the Republican Party along the line, which that was exactly what the plan was, but that's what has happened. And the other thing is, Mitch McConnell talking about Putin and all this other stuff. I guess he's forgotten that China has been Russia's lifeline. And you did the story on all the connection he has with Mitch McConnell has with China. So it's a little bit rich for him to be saying that, like that we have to spend all this money over in Ukraine. And the big thing is we have all this power, but we're not using it. We have law enforcement agencies crawling out of our ears we're not using. Those law enforcement agencies, some have contracts, and whenever you probably won't go across the river to Clark County, but if you want to look up an interesting story about corruption, look up Clark County, Indiana Sheriff by the name of Knoll. And he, a lot of these sheriff's departments are hooked in with different federal agencies, and they have all kinds of federal agencies anymore. But I guess they found a lot of federal equipment stored and stashed in different places and luxury stuff in his house, and both him and his wife were in on it. And the point about that is Clark County is where the Clark County Maritime Center is and port is. So that would be a rich place for anybody wanting to get people or contraband or anything else into the United States. And I've seen that done before because way back whenever I was running the river elevator, part of the management team, they were smuggling, I should say, the criminals, not the people that I was involved with, but the criminals, they were putting heroin underneath there's lids on a barge. A barge is double hulled, and you have to get down and clean that out underneath between the double hulls, and there are lids there. And they were putting heroin underneath those lids there because back that time, nobody ever even thought about it or inspected or anything else. But those coming up river from New Orleans and all that, all the ports down there, they were coming up and they were coming into the Henderson, Evansville port down there. And unfortunately, one of our grain haulers' sons was kind of heavily involved in that. That creates quite a story. But anyway, anyhow, you can smuggle a bunch of stuff inside a barge, that you will never ever see because it's double hulled like that. And when I seen that story about the Clark County Sheriff, and they've had quite a meth epidemic and some other stuff down there, so it just kind of well, I don't know what all's going on. To give you an example, somehow a classic 57 Chevy got mixed up in the whole thing. So I don't know what all's going on there. But the point I wanted to make is we have all this law enforcement around us. They're not, I know there's people, I know your son's
right. There's
law enforcement.
There's good and bad in all occupations, right? So you good cops, bad cops, good truckers, bad truckers. Yeah, thank you much, Vic, on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. We'll have to do a little research on the Clark County thing. I wanted to get to Pappy, though. I mean, according to this story, the blast occurred a little before 1 o'clock in the afternoon in a remote area of Irvine. It happened during a training with the sheriff's bomb squad. Somebody screwed up somewhere, I'm guessing, right?
Kind of what it sounds like, Steve. I don't know. It's the first time hearing about it.
Okay.
Been a little tied up today, man.
It's been a busy night. Are you actually working tonight, or are you?
No, I took the night off.
Okay. I kind of figured you would.
Knowing she was going to go into labor sometime today. Yeah. Hey, but listen, man, heartfelt thanks to everyone that expressed their congratulations. Man, I hope I answers everybody. Steve, I don't know. I'll have to get back in there and look, but if I didn't answer you, please don't think I'm ignoring you. I appreciate it. Mercedes appreciates it. Everything's going well. We did, Steve, have a little bit of a scare, man. I'll tell you. I guess he was about 45 minutes, maybe an hour old. And I'm back in the room, and I just asked the nurse, I'm just curious, when is she going to be able to start maybe feeding him, because she was talking about breastfeeding. Mm-hmm. Well, she can do it now if she wants. Right now is a good time as any. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, man, this little guy ain't but like an hour old, but, you're the nurse. Anyway, I went over and sat on to get away from her, let her kind of, have some privacy. Went over and sat on the thing. All of a sudden, Mercedes is like, "Oh my God, he's not breathing. He's turning blue." And I look over, and this baby's blue.
Wow.
And I mean, thank God to these nurses and doctors, Steve. I mean, these are professionals, and that nurse maintains her cool, man. She goes, "Yep, he's not breathing." Just kind of picked him up. They took him over on them little tables, little incubators, I guess, like they put him in,
Yeah.
I got up. I walked over. I was standing right there next to him. And they suctioned, put a little tube down there and suctioned a bunch of stuff out. And he started breathing again. His color came back. I'm like, man.
Wow.
They were like, he just had some mucus in there. We got it out. We're good to go. And waited for his oxygen level to come back up. And I don't know. They were acting like, it wasn't that big a deal. But I'm like, man. So got through that, and everything's good. Got back home and trying to relax a little bit. But thank you, everybody. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. Chucky Schumer.
Yeah, right.
Steve, listen, they are who we think they are, right? These people, when you were talking about Clark County, corrupt sheriffs, when you make that conscious decision to go down that road, to sell your ethics, your soul, so to speak, to the devil, give away your morals, everything you stand for in life. Steve, if your word don't mean nothing to anybody, when you give somebody your word, hopefully you stand by it, because, nobody can take that from you. But old Chucky Schumer coming out and saying what he said. Steve, these are the people in D.C., man. They have no morals, no ethics. sell themselves out for the almighty. They don't care what happens to us, Steve. These statements that he's making, the consequences that could result of some of the things these people say and do, I'm telling you, man, they could give a crap less if a nuclear war starts over there in Ukraine. That's who these people are. So, a little disappointed when I heard that, but then, don't surprise me. Don't surprise me in the least. And it's unfortunate, man, because you would think the people we elect to run this country, would have stand-up morals and ethics. Unfortunately, probably 90% of them don't. Maybe they did get in there and had good intentions, but once they started swimming that boat in the swamp, they get pulled in, I guess.
Yep.
They get pulled in. But yeah, man, Steve, I got home right about that time that thunderstorm hit, and man, I'm thinking, here goes the power. As we'll drag that generator out and start hooking up some cables. But we didn't lose any power, so I think tomorrow's supposed to be a nice day, sunny, 65, doggone, almost 70 maybe, I think. But all right, man. Hey, that's all I got. I sent you a couple of pictures via the email there.
Got those. Yes, got those. Yeah, a lot of hair for the newborn.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yes, he does. So, all right. Thanks again, everybody. Everybody, be safe. Yeah, Steve, I do got to work next weekend. So I'm not going to be able to make it to the trucking show.
That's
and obviously having this newborn in the house kind of complicates things too. So, all right, my man, everybody stay safe this weekend. Hammer down. I appreciate it, Steve. Thanks a bunch, sir.
Have a great weekend. And yes, congratulations, Grandpappy.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So they were planning on talking about side underride guards, but everybody had a motion to offer. 26 motions, many of which focused on committee procedures, ultimately took precedence for the committee. I mean, their task is to provide the DOT recommendations on how to reduce underride crashes. The committee did not get to the controversial topic of side underride guards, which was what the entire meeting's agenda was. Current regulations specify requirements for rear impact guards on trailers. As we know, there's no federal requirement for the side guards. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is considering such a mandate on tractor trailers. This committee's recommendations are going to play a big role in how they decide to proceed. That discussion likely going to have to wait till the Underride Committee's next meeting, which doesn't come up till April 24th. The Wednesday meeting spent much of the time talking about motions, illustrating the committee's divide between the representatives of safety groups and the actual industry. Safety groups pushing for the side underride guard mandate, many truckers and industry representatives talking about the unintended consequences, concerns regarding maintenance, the practicability. They were granted a 2-year charter in June of 22. Didn't have their first meeting till May of last year. There was a motion made to extend the charter another 2 years to give the committee the time to finish their task and make the recommendations. Given the late start, most of the committee agreed to request more time. That motion carried with a vote of 13-4. One committee member dissented, saying that rather than asking for an extension, the committee should be focused on tackling the main issue. I don't think we need to ask for an extension. I think we should be working on the issue. Yeah, not spending all this time because we're not getting to the meat of the issue. One of the big debates, which occurred even in the previous meeting, is, well, how many votes does it take to actually meet a quorum? Yeah, the safety groups apparently want it to be 51%. The others say, well, no, it's not a quorum unless 70% of the committee agrees. And so they're still debating back and forth on what is a quorum. I guess the longer they talk about it, the longer we don't have to worry about a mandate for side underride guards, but that's where things stand. And it was pretty much a waste of time on Wednesday. Back to the phones on a Friday right after a news break here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has successfully posted bond in his civil defamation case in New York. His attorney, Alina Habba, filed the $91.63 million bond on Thursday, following approval by a judge earlier this week. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is urging Israel to hold new elections, criticizing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his handling of Gaza and advocating for a two-state solution.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way by allowing his political survival to take the precedence over the best interests of Israel.
Schumer says he does defend Israel's right to combat Hamas while condemning civilian casualties. Home improvement store sales are driving increased spending in February. That's according to the Commerce Department. Retail sales rebounded by 0.6% last month, following a decline of over 1% in January. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Just getting an update on our stormy Friday morning. As we continue to see this all along this leading edge, severe thunderstorm warnings. This line's already now moving all the way into eastern Tennessee. Marion County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Alabama, northeast Alabama, middle Tennessee, south central portions of Tennessee, the adjoining counties there. On up into Kentucky, still now into east central Kentucky and southeastern Kentucky. This line is just booking along. Pretty much across the board, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and in many of these, quarter-size hail reports coming in. So the good news, have not seen any additional tornado warnings since we started the program. Meanwhile, the severe weather earlier in the day, there were actually 2 rounds that moved through several states. Ohio and Indiana are in the mix there. A series of tornadoes, as we know, officially ripping through Ohio Thursday night. Reports of severe damage coming in parts of the state. Several tornadoes reportedly hit Miami Valley. The president and CEO of the Indian Lake Area Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau spoke to WSYX in Columbus, stating she has never seen destruction on this scale in the state. Pure devastation. I was just checking on all our local businesses and chamber members, and everybody I know is okay, but I've heard some people are not okay. Mary Rutten Hospital in Bellefontaine been gearing up to handle a possible mass casualty event. 4 or 5 ambulances reportedly stationed outside the ER there. Mentioned earlier, Indian Lake schools are closed for the upcoming day. They're going to be used as shelters. Asking for prayers for our community at this time. Schools canceled on Friday. Power's out. We have backup generators. But this tornado also tore through a trailer park, Lakeview, Ohio. That's what they were also describing, mass casualty event. One local journalist reporting the storm has caused a mass casualty incident at the park. That was the message that actually came from the Logan County Emergency Services. Then Eskimo Mom just shared with me from WHIO, which is up in that region, the Miami Valley. The most destruction during Thursday night's severe weather appears to be Logan County. The sheriff confirms that mobile home parks in Russell and Lakeview took a direct hit. They confirmed there have been fatalities, but at this time the number has not been released. Ohio DOT crews are using plow trucks to help clear roads of debris after the high winds and tornadoes touched down in Logan County. In Mercer County, the emergency management agency there confirmed 3 injuries, 2 of which are hospitalized. Darke County, just before 9 p.m., emergency crews received reports of structural damage, people trapped, and injuries. Multiple homes and structures damaged there, at least 2 hospitalizations in Darke County. Randolph County, across into the Indiana line. A mass casualty incident reported in Winchester, Indiana. Severe damage reported in multiple ports of that city, according to the Indiana State Police commander there. Auglaize County. Roads closed due to debris. US 33, State Route 116, and State Route 66. In Miami County, downed trees reported near Covington and State Route 48 in that county. Let's see, they break down some of the very local reports. Storm damage reports continue to come in across the region there. And in some areas where the tornadoes swept through before the sun had gone down, lots of devastation. Many areas like the ones that came in at 9 p.m., the second round, won't get the full picture of what occurred there till the sun comes up later this morning. Prayers for all those involved. Meanwhile, our hero of the week. Thank you, Dingbat and Brain Dead. The good news story. A heartwarming display of gratitude and recognition. The nonprofit organization known as Beyond the Badge, celebrating the extraordinary acts of kindness performed by Louisiana law enforcement at their annual awards ceremony this past Tuesday, in Baton Rouge, marking a historic moment for the organization as they welcomed their largest audience, led over 250 attendees, gathering to honor 14 remarkable officers from across the state. BTB, dedicated to acknowledge law enforcement officers who go above and beyond the call of duty, shines a spotlight on the acts of compassion, selflessness, and bravery that so often go unnoticed. Among the recipients, 2 members of the Louisiana State Police whose exemplary deeds exemplify the spirit of service ingrained in their profession. Sergeant Sully of the Louisiana State Police captured hearts with his compassionate response to a family involved in a car crash, providing more than just assistance at the scene. Went the extra mile by supplying the family with diapers, toys, and snacks, offering comfort and support during their time of distress. Trooper First Class Smith's dedication to comforting children affected by crime scenes earned him well-deserved recognition. His initiative to raise funds for teddy bears, which he personally distributes to young ones facing traumatic situations. There was Captain Johnson, a deputy with the Quachinta Parish Sheriff's Office embodied the spirit of generosity by voluntarily participating in a kidney donation program. His selfless act not only saved a life, but set an inspiring example of altruism with the law enforcement community. I mean, who would go so far as to actually give up a kidney for someone they don't even, per se, even know? A couple of others. Corporal Sarah Ledger of the Lafayette Police Department showcased compassion in action, a moment captured by a bystander shared widely on social media. Her simple yet profound gesture of purchasing a warm blanket and offering some financial assistance to a homeless individual reflects the essence of human kindness. Beyond the Badge, entirely volunteer-run by Louisiana citizens, is a testament to the power of community-driven initiatives to uplift and celebrate the everyday heroes in the law enforcement agencies. So, very good. Hero of the Week, or in this case, I guess that'd be heroes, plural, recognizing 14 individuals there. 5-7, ready for, well, not really ready for the weekend yet. You got another night to roll.
Yeah, Saturday. Hey, that money is just as green on Saturday as it is on Monday. And God only really give us one day off. There you go. I had a little, and I about forgot what I called about, but let me share this much. I had a little vet come out of Baxley, Georgia. I'm heading eastbound, and Baxley's got a little town, got a 4-lane road, Baxley, Georgia, and it's got a yellow painted center. And I'm coming down through there. It's well lit, got shops and everything, street lights. There's a woman in a bright orange vest, and she's waving her arms, going crazy in the lane, in the middle of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first off, I look around, see, is there a car flipped, or is there something I can't see? Emergency. I don't see nothing. So I ease over to the left. I'm not going to stop. I mean, Baxley has, every night, you can't go through there without seeing at least 3 cruisers. I mean, they're well, they're well patrolled. So I get over to my left lane. She runs out in front of the truck, and now it's 35 down through there. She runs out in front of the truck, waving her arms. I dived over into the westbound lane, almost going over to the sidewalk. And I give her fuel and go past that lady. I got just about a half block down the road, and there was no stoplight. And I look at my rearview mirror, that woman's running down the middle of the road trying to flag me down. And it got out. Now, over 46 years of trucking, I've rescued at least, I can tell you, 5 women that were beaten up, left behind, all this stuff. But, I'm older now, and that's it. I'm turned 67, I'm just smarter. It reminds me of a reel I did see. It shows a man standing there in front of 2 elevators. The doors are open. One's got a real beautiful woman, blonde, curvaceous, standing there by herself in the elevator. The other has a big old rough-looking guy with a pit bull dog that's growling. And on the top it says, "Life is about making the right choice." And the man takes the elevator with the man with the dog. So, women ain't always that safe, I don't know what that deal was. I'm just too leaving it behind.
Yeah, tough decisions you got to make. You don't know. I mean, I've shared more than one story where the Good Samaritan stops to help somebody only to be beaten or killed and robbed. You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know, and it ain't like in times past that I stopped and helped. They were out in the middle of nowhere. This woman's right there in the middle of town where I know they've got law enforcement. I got a clean conscience there. Chuck Schumer, it don't surprise me none what he's doing. So, you know what? Democrats are Democrats, and for me as a Republican to criticize, That's just odd. That's just normal. But Mitch McConnell running his mouth about we need to take care of Ukraine because Putin means what he says. He's going to cross that line. Okay, I've got to the point after I watched a show called watching Sky News. And Sky News, they put on a graph. And now, how do you share a graph on the radio? Well, what I'll do is I'll break it down to a logbook page. The graph from midnight to 12 midnight, and it showed like England. It was their red graph, which is their military support, went to about 3 a.m. The whole of Europe only went to 4 a.m. I mean, all of them. France, Germany, only went to 4 a.m. for military help. If you remember, too, Poland quit even giving Ukraine any military help. They're building up their own military. But the United States, our military help goes all the way past noon, all the way past 12:30 in the afternoon. On that graph, that's us. That's the American taxpayer. Why should we be worried if their next door neighbors ain't worried? And here's what I'll go with Trump on this. You know what? If Putin does take Ukraine, and like Mitch McConnell said, he is coming. He said he's coming across. Well, when they cross the line into NATO territory, then maybe the United States will have a little bit of help for the Europeans, Maybe they'll get their butts in gear and start putting out the military help to defend themselves. Yeah, I have no recollection reason why I called, buddy, but I'll tell you, listen to the news. It'll give you something to stand on. But the most important thing, this is a laid-back Friday, and the best news of all, congratulations, Pappy. I got you beat. They're 14-year-old girls now. That my grandson calls me, says, "Hey, Pap." I said, "Hi, grandson." He goes, "You're a grandpa, or a great grandpa." And I said, "Huh?" He said, "Yeah, I just had a daughter, so that makes you a great grandpa." That's my grandson called me. And I said, "Fantastic!" And then the very next week, that very same grandson calls me up and said, "Hey, Grandpa." I said, "Hey, son, guess what? You're a grandpa again, great grandpa again." The two girls were best friends. Well, they're not so much anymore. You know what I'm saying? So I became a grandpa by the same grandson, great grandpa by the same grandson within 2 weeks. So
oh boy.
Okay. And you can't beat them. I don't care how they get here. I do not care how they get here. When they're here, the babies know the only thing they know is love from their grandpa. And boy, this wallet sure does hurt for all to be said. Enjoy your new baby there, Happy. All right. Hey, Steve, have a great weekend, buddy. This is 5-7. We're going to copying the mail, and we're going to ride along listening to C. Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go. Over and out on a Friday morning.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, depending on where you might be. I just wanted to ask, are you doing your part to help us out here? I know a lot of folks tune us in via the Facebook feed, but it might help if you share? Yeah, obviously, when I share the program, it goes to my friends via Facebook, but when you share, it goes to your friends, and maybe some of your friends might. The more you share, the more people may come across the program and kind of help us grow the audience. Appreciate if you just share from time and time again. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house.
Well, good morning, sir. How you this morning?
Well, doing all right. It's Friday.
It's Friday, and the Carolina Monkey Gouger is on the way to the hacienda, baby. We got the Marina Del Rey on our minds. Steve, before I get started tonight, I want to thank all the ranchers in Kansas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and the parts of Texas that's shipping hay out here to our ranchers that's in trouble out here in the Panhandle. I mean, it's just been just one truckload after another today coming through over there where I was staying at. And I tell you, you know, they say what they want to, but we still come together when there's a crisis, no matter what. So I want to give a big shout out to everybody donating that hay and all the truckers that's transporting it and giving some relief to those people up there because they sure could use it. But this morning I got up and I walked out to the truck to get my load number, and this idiot that used to work at the plant, he worked in loadout for like 35 years over there. He come blowing up there to me, blowing the horn, acting like a damn fool. I jumped off the damn truck step. I thought he was going to run into the damn truck, and damn, I didn't winch my back. And I was walking sideways and everything else, and I told him, I said, hey, Bo, I said, just open that passenger door, and we're going to the chiropractor over there at Bovina. Well, I'm just so happy to see you. I said, Bo, you shouldn't have done that, man. So we went over there to the chiropractor. She's a big, tall Texas gal, you know. We call her Lord Marge. I was walking down that thing sideways. She said, what's wrong with you? I said, I went to my back. She said, well, get up here. Man, she popped my back, my hip, and I've been having trouble ever since I hit that deer out there back in September with my shoulders. And she said, you know your shoulder's out of place? I said, no, but put it back in. Boy, she snapped that thing. And it just seemed like everything, all the pressure, everything just went out of my body. So we're back up and running. But I tell you what, boy, there for about an hour, I was in some more kind of pain. And I just thank God we used her a lot. She was able to get me right in there and get me fixed up.
Mm-hmm.
I'd hate to go to that truck show bent over like an 80-year-old man.
No doubt.
But, so, you know, I mean, I know, you know, he didn't mean no harm, but I thought he was going to run into me.
And so we got that out of the way. But, you know, Steve, talking about that underride deal, have you read, you know, before this last meeting, when they had the last meeting before they had this meeting, that there's a lot of people on that committee that's not sure that this underride is the way to go.
Correct.
Because they've looked at some studies of people that's got this underride system in other countries, and it's causing more, you know, the car hits it, then bounces off into the oncoming lane and causes more carnage. So, you know, I mean, I don't know where they get these idiots to come up with these asinine ideas, but this is one that we sure don't need. And I've called everybody I could think of, and they said, well, when it gets out of committee, we'll jump on it. So I urge everybody to call your congressman and your senator and everybody else and tell them we got enough to put up with about this happening.
Right, yeah.
You know,
yeah,
I mean, it's just crazy.
The biggest thing I think of is we see, I mean, almost on a weekly basis, I share a scenario of a truck that got high-centered on a railroad crossing. And, I mean, oftentimes, I mean, it's even with greater clearance than you'd have with these side underride guards. These side underride guards are not flexible, like these the air systems that they put on for aerodynamics. These things are solid rails. Yeah, I mean, how many truck drivers is it going to take to get caught and killed by an oncoming train before they say, well, boy, we're killing more truckers than lives saved with the underride guards? Is that point to ponder?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The unrest in Haiti is setting off alarm bells for some lawmakers in the United States who feel it may trigger a wave of migration to the United States. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott lays out what he wants the White House to do to prepare, speaking on Fox News.
We need to make sure our Coast Guard and our Department of Defense has every resource necessary to make sure we don't have thousands and thousands and thousands of people trying to flee to our shores as a result of the unrest there.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken will be discussing democracy's survival around the world at a summit in South Korea next week. Speaking about the coming meeting, State Department spokesman Matt Miller says the summit is designed to discuss what's working in the world's democracies and what needs to be done to protect them.
The summit will demonstrate how democracies continue to deliver for their citizens and organize to address the world's most pressing challenges.
Best Buy is recalling over 287,000 air fryers over fire, burn, and laceration risks. The retailer recalling models of the Insignia air fryer and Insignia air fryer ovens after it says it received 24 reports of overheating, melting, or glass shattering, including multiple complaints of air fryers catching fire. The Senate is preparing to review the bill that could potentially ban TikTok in the United States if the app's Chinese parent company refuses to sell it to an American company. Tennessee Republican Senator Bill Hagerty explains why he would vote yes on the bill if it's taken up in the Senate.
We don't want Americans' data subjected to Chinese Communist Party surveillance.
The bill passed in the House with wide bipartisan support, and President Biden has said he would sign the bill if it makes it to his desk. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Senate held a hearing Thursday regarding a proposed bill that would reduce the standard work week to 32 hours while maintaining the same level of wages. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says his bill to establish a 4-day-a-week work week is not radical and would lead to a better quality of life for millions of Americans.
Many of our people are exhausted. We work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. I think it's time for a shortened work week.
A recent survey is showing a significant uptick in what researchers define as incivility in U.S. workplaces. USA's Ryan Daniels explains.
According to a survey from the Society for Human Resource Management, roughly 2/3 of American workers say they've either been a part of or have witnessed acts of incivility in the workplace just in the past month.
Interrupting or addressing people disrespectfully, silencing other people whenever they're speaking or otherwise cutting them off, excessive monitoring or micromanaging, ignoring other people, paying little attention to other people, unprofessional or disrespectful body language.
Jim Link is the chief HR officer for SHRM. He says with the divisive election coming later in the year, incivility in the workplace will probably only become more prescient.
NASCAR drivers are making their way back east to Bristol Motor Speedway for the Food City 500 on Sunday. Green flag drops just after 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, coming up this hour, got an update on the FedEx pilots. The FedEx Express pilots, who apparently, what they say was in a surprise maneuver, forced union leadership to break off the contract negotiations. Again, more the details coming up later this hour. Patiently hang it in there here on a Friday morning. Are you with us, Daryl?
Yes, sir. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Good morning. Doing well. Doing fine. Thank you so much. How about you?
Well, I'm doing fine. I had some rocks falling over here a while ago, and I looked outside, and it was ice falling from the sky.
Yes, sir. I saw some photos out of, I think it was down in Missouri, where they had that baseball-size hail. Wow. Unreal.
Well, I pull my car in the garage. I usually leave it outside in the driveway, but I thought if we're going to get baseball-sized hail, I don't want it to beat up.
No.
Sounds to me like the sheriffs out in California could have used Stryker to smell out that bomb before it went out today. That's a terrible tragedy.
Yeah, I guess
to see that many men hurt.
We're waiting for the rest of the story on that. I mean, I'm assuming that it was being a training thing, and now Pappy could vouch, or he's been in many training sessions when he was on the bomb squad for all those years. Somehow something went off when it wasn't supposed to go. When it wasn't supposed to go off.
A lot of them guys will be deaf or can't hear out of one ear, being that close to that bomb.
Yep.
We don't know what all these police officers and soldiers and SEALs and all those go through trying to protect our country, and they go through a lot of hazardous training, and some don't make it. Some die in the process.
Mm-hmm.
I'm enjoying the show today, enjoying listening to everybody chime in, and those that are going to be at the truck show, I hope to get to visit one or two. You have a good night, and I'll talk to you on the other side.
All right. Hey, are you planning to come down Friday or Saturday? What's your schedule looking like there, Daryl?
I'm coming Friday.
Friday? Okay.
I'm coming Friday. I'll be there most of the day on Friday, and I'll wear my tag that says Daryl Fairfield on it.
Okay, well, look forward to seeing you there, Daryl. In the meantime, have a great night, a wonderful weekend, and hard to believe, truck show next week. Brain Dead, what's happening? Oh, happy Monday.
Yeah, I'm out here playing puddle jumper tonight. See, go figure, It did come it's been lightning off and on, but we had that gully washer when I checked in at the store when you started when you read it this morning, and it's more of a steady rain right now than anything. But let's see, our double R talking about the whole needing the CDL. I'm sitting here standing up and applauding for him. He is spot on right. We got a woman here that either needs to get a new job or a new hobby, because she's called me in the office several times about doing this wrong or that wrong or whatever. And I asked her point blank, I said, do you have a CDL? She said, no, but my boyfriend drives a truck. I said, so let me ask you a question. If I go and watch a bunch of YouTube videos on brain surgery, does that make me a brain surgeon? Might want to get a new hobby. because International, and this is where I like the union, do not get me wrong. The International went and sat down with Kroger Corporate in Chicago, and Kroger Corporate was throwing all kinds of fits 9 ways to Sunday because they're screaming, well, we have to have the inward-facing cameras for safety. No, you don't. I don't need somebody who's never driven a truck to tell somebody who has driven a truck for 25 years and got over 3 million miles without an accident how to drive a truck. So International, the federal arbitrator told Kroger to knock off the abuse or the harassment, because that's pretty much all it is. And you know, we're all sick of it over here, and there's nothing we can do to pull the cameras out, but at least knock off the inward-facing cameras.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Yellow Freight, I mentioned that to you the other morning when I checked in, and how we're getting railroaded. You know, that, I don't know if you read that story or not on the air, but we, the workers, are going to get screwed royally. And I mean, it's honestly sad that these bankruptcy courts would rather pay off the creditors than pay off the employees. We, the employees, are the ones that help bring in money for the company. I'm sorry that screwed up upper management decided to throw it away. I was thinking of another word, but I can't say that one on the air. To throw it away. But we need to be made whole first before anybody. I don't care if it was a $700 million COVID loan. I don't care, whatever. We need to be paid first, because this attorney they've got, like I've said, is charging about $500,000 a month. I'm sorry. Why does any attorney charge $500,000 a month for anything? When all you're doing is just overseeing the bankruptcy of a company.
Valid questions. So it sounds like I shared some of that last evening. It sounds like they're kind of hell bent and determined to not have to give you guys the 90-day, the WARN Act pay, and I guess you're never going to get your vacation pay and that whatnot, are you?
Right. I mean, the WARN Act should be done first. That should have been done first, because they did not give us any notice. And see, this is where the BS comes in, so to speak. Yellow's claiming that they went under because International did not let them do their change of operations to best benefit the company, because they wanted to copy what Estes, Old Dominion, etc. are already doing. They could have done the same thing in-house, but the problem is they turned a blind eye and didn't give I can't say that word either on the radio either, about it. They didn't care about the company. They got their money. It's like their severance packages. They got their severance packages. They cashed up their stocks. They raked in millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, while me and Dingbat and other people such as, I can't forget about Heatwave out there, all suffered and struggled. There's still guys to this day. There's still guys trying to find a job, but can't get one because that whole union sticker on their label. I mean, it is really still sad on these companies. And I've said this before 100 times. What the hell does me working for a union company have to do with how I'm going to work for your company? If you've got a company with 30,000 employees, how the wide world of sports am I going to bring the union in to your company? I mean, are we that stupid these days? Are we that old-fashioned? Come on now, give me a break. But, let's get into some sports, Steve. Let's change the subject for a minute. Can you believe baseball season starts next week? Can you believe that?
I cannot
Opening
believe
day?
that. Yeah, it's the time of year when some cases those ball games end up getting canceled because there might be snow in the forecast.
Well, ask the Rockies, but judging by that, they would that'd be an improvement for the Rockies this year. Let me tell you. But hey, is our buddy Rick Friend on the old chat box this morning?
Let's see. I think my chat box kind of refreshed, and I don't see anything at this moment. I would assume he is.
Well, the Reds this week announced that Frankie Montas will be starting for opening day for the Reds. Can you believe they're already announcing the opening day schedules?
Okay.
But also to Jackson Jay is the one to watch this season. Now he's throwing 102 mile an hour fastballs repeatedly in spring training, and they just brought him up from AAA, so he's going to be a good one. Does the name Darryl Strawberry ring a bell?
Absolutely.
He is recovering after having a heart attack. And also, it was just announced here just a little while ago, does the name Bo Jackson ring a bell?
Well, yes, sir, it does.
He is going to be one of the Hall of Fame inductees for 2024. And I tell you what, though, I really admired him and looked up to him as a kid because he was one beast of a player. And, you know, quite honestly, I don't know why he didn't get in sooner. I mean, that's just weird. But,
yeah.
Let's see. Now for our lovely Braves man, what was his name? Babbler, or I can't remember his name.
Rambler.
Ronald Acuna. Yeah, that's him, Babbler. Anyway, Ronald Acuna had some soreness in his right knee, and they've got an MRI, and there's tentatively got him penciled in for the opening day, but we will see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, the Dodgers and the Padres are going to do their first ever international game on opening day of all places, Steve, in Seoul, South Korea. And I don't know if you're familiar or not, but South Korea and Japan is huge in baseball. I mean, huge. Other than down there in the Caribbean, like the Dominican Republic.
Sure.
Because in the Dominican Republic, the Dodgers have a training camp for kids starting at 8 and 9 years old. That's crazy. So they've announced that Yu Darvish and Tyler Glasnow are going to be the starters. So, but also too with the Braves this year, they're already predicting the Braves to win the World Series from what I've been reading because over the winter, they picked up a very good pitcher from the Red Sox and Chris Sale. So, you want to take a break and come back in a minute?
Hey, we'll do that here on a Friday morning. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Friday, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And indeed, Rick is on board there, brain dead. And he says, Bo Jackson threw to second base on his knees like a bullet. He remembers Bo.
Yeah. I remember when Bo Jackson in a game ran up on the outfield wall, caught the ball, and still threw it to second and did not touch till after the ball was at second base. That he was a monster. But anyway, back to back to baseball real quick. My beloved Cardinals have announced that Sonny Gray will be starting for opening day. The Braves have not announced their opening day starter yet, but they are leaning towards Chris Sale doing the start. So, by the way, for our friend Rambler, bad news. Yes, he did say that the Red Wings are on the bubble, but they have lost six of their last games, and there's 16 games left in the season. Now, something else, if he doesn't know, the Red Wings teams Lucas Raymond and Ben Sherratt, I can't pronounce his name, they got into a heated fight during practice here a few days ago. So, anyway, let's get on to racing, Steve. My favorite track is on the schedule for this weekend.
Bristol.
Bristol, baby. Bristol. Now, you know they tore up all the dirt. There is no dirt this year, so it's concrete. And, you know, it was very expensive because when you look at it, you got to put all that dirt down, pack it down, and then go back and tear it all up. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know what they were thinking at all, but let's go back to Phoenix and rewind for a minute. The NASCAR race was a sellout there. Now, I can imagine why it was a sellout because people were coming in from the spring training. But NASCAR's TV numbers are up. Surprisingly, they're up. Now, the race drew 4 million viewers, which was up 19% from last year. When the race last year also went up against the selection show and the Players' Championship. Also, too, in NASCAR news, Chris Buescher's team was penalized after the race because they lost a wheel during the race, too, so there's a penalty. And also, too, two of the over-the-wall crew will be suspended for this race. Also, too, I know you probably didn't know this, too, Steve, but Eric Jones said in an interview that he's a little bit ticked off at Chase Briscoe after the contact during the race because Briscoe ran Jones up the track and making him to hit the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Now for Bristol, though, there's a few drivers to watch in this race. And, of course, Gibbs always does good at this track, always. So if I'm going to pick a winner, it's either going to be Gibbs or Kyle Busch. And, yes, I said Kyle Busch. I don't like Kyle Busch, but at this track, he has won and swept more races than anybody, pretty much anybody that's a current or an active driver. So with that, Steve, I got to get in here. I got to make a store delivery. So you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to you Monday.
Thank you for the full report. Got the update in the world of sports there. Thank you much, Brain Dead. They described it as a surprise maneuver. We did touch on this the other night where the FedEx Express pilots forced the union leadership to break off contract negotiations by requesting federal authorities release the parties from mediation before the company could even respond to its latest counteroffer. The petition to the National Mediation Board went against advice from Airline Pilots Association staff and the union's governing body at FedEx's airline, exposing the extent of union infighting that has continued since a tentative contract was voted down last summer. This division has undermined the union's negotiating credibility at a very delicate moment. With growing prospects, the opposition faction could move to oust the union's current leadership. A holy war is about to happen in our union and the crew force. Only thing that happens in a holy war is a high body count, according to one post on the Pilot Forum. At a special meeting of the FedEx Master Executive Council, March the 4th, 8 of 14 representatives used parliamentary tactics to narrowly push through a resolution demanding the ALPA's president asked the National Mediation Board to declare an impasse and offer binding arbitration to the parties. Motions to bypass original agenda items were advanced without prior notice or written material to review. This was described in meeting memos and correspondence from union negotiators to rank-and-file pilots obtained by FreightWaves. Now, they said the representatives had requested the meeting ostensibly for the purpose of getting a briefing on talks with management. That never happened. Then last Friday, the ALPA announced that they had formally requested to be released from mediation. Yeah, that's the prerequisite for eventually securing the legal right to go on strike. Union officials said the rebel group hid their true intentions until the last moment. One district council leader characterized this as an ambush. Now, the board representatives made the power play even as the MEC waited for FedEx to respond to their most recent contract proposal. Now, this maneuver also prevented attendees from hearing an update from the federal mediator about company plans and expectations for the next negotiating session that would have helped maybe shape the union's decision-making on their agenda items according to the internal bulletins. I expect the new majority's next move will be to recall myself and other officers. Captain Billy Wilson is chairman of the FedEx Master Executive Council. After this change, they've suggested that committee chairs will be removed as well. It appears control and power is goal number one. And a new tentative agreement is a goal for further down the road. Unfortunately, this is going to be to the detriment of the pilots they actually represent. Every day that goes by, we're losing money, and the company's saving money. That's why my number one goal has been to move us toward a highly ratified or ratifiable tentative agreement ASAP, he said. All right, mediating bargaining sessions resumed in early December. The Pilots Association presented their contract terms. The next session was actually scheduled here for a few days from now, March the 18th, when negotiators were to receive the company's position on pay, retirement, and parameters for when flights can be outsourced. That session and yet another have now been canceled, apparently. They got a mess. What do they call that? A holy war going in regards to the union, the pilots union, there at FedEx Express. We will get back to your calls momentarily. First, we got to get a news break. If you want to jump in, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has successfully posted bond in his civil defamation case in New York. His attorney, Alina Habba, filed the $91.63 million bond on Thursday, following approval by a judge earlier this week. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is urging Israel to hold new elections, criticizing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his handling of Gaza and advocating for a two-state solution.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way by allowing his political survival to take the precedence over the best interests of Israel.
Schumer says he does defend Israel's right to combat Hamas while condemning civilian casualties. Home improvement store sales are driving increased spending in February. That's according to the Commerce Department. Retail sales rebounded by 0.6% last month, following a decline of over 1% in January. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get an update. Traveler's weather brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions on a Friday. Now, it looks like, according to the warning page, things have really slowed down as far as, I guess, the intensity level of the storms. As we've progressed through the night, no tornado warnings. Actually seen more flash flood warnings than anything with the torrential rains. You've got like one band after another in parts of northwest Louisiana tonight, on over into Texas. We've seen some pretty strong storms breaking out to the west and north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They may have another round coming their way, impacting travel along Interstate 20 and 30 as the morning progresses there. Carolina Monkey Gouger, where the heck are you, by the way, tonight?
Well, I was going to get to that. I had to jump off of here during the break and scale my truck out, but I'm right between Hereford, Texas and Amarillo, and the wind is blowing something fierce out here. Got little dust storms coming across the highway, and I mean, it must be blowing 45, 50 miles an hour. It's kind of rough out here tonight, and it looks like it's going to blow something in. It's cloudy, and I don't know what they're saying on the weather right now, but it looks kind of ominous right now. So just tell everybody, you see them dust storms coming up, be careful. But Steve, I was listening to something a while ago on the news break. I cannot believe that Chuck Schumer got up there and wanted a recall vote that
Netanyahu,
Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu, and that idiot wants to secure our own border, and we're being invaded. This is an invasion. What's going on down at that border? Maybe we need to recall him. And the way I look at it, the PLO started this, and Israel's going to finish it, and we need to stay out of it. Unless they need help, help the Israelis. But I wonder, on both sides of the parties up there, what these guys are thinking about. And there was a thing last night. I don't know if you've seen it, but I think they think to recall, out Mike Johnson. Like they did,
like McCarthy.
What was that guy over there out of
McCarthy.
California?
Yeah,
McCarthy.
I hadn't seen. I hadn't seen anything on Johnson. There's a big divide in the Republican Party, and obviously you can't please everyone all the time. I don't know if it may have been a mistake when when McCarthy signed off on the deal allowing. I think it's just all 5 members of the House have to agree to try and oust him. Used to be a lot more than that. I mean, they were proposing, they wanted it to be just one member. I mean, there's always going to be somebody angry with their own party. So they may rue the day they allowed just 5 members to try to oust him.
Well, it was on a blurb on I can't remember which news. It might have been CNN. How damn radical they are, but he definitely worried. It's back and forth up there, back and forth. Why don't these people just get together, reach across the aisle, and get some of this stuff straightened out, and quit bickering like a bunch of school children in a sandbox? I'm so ashamed of our Congress and Senate up there. It's not even funny. It's just one circus after another up there.
And we're not getting. They're not really getting.
It's a mess.
You get nothing done.
Not getting nothing done, and they're making all these stupid rules and everything. But talking about NASCAR. I hung my keys up on NASCAR at the end of the season last year. I'm done. And people keep calling me, what happened at the race? I said, your guess is good as mine. Don't know. Didn't listen to it. Say, what? They said, you were the NASCAR king. I said, yeah, I was. They got woke, and I unwoke them. I canceled all my tickets to every race. Don't even have the NASCAR channel on the radio no more. That's how pissed off I was with them. But I like what Rain Dad was saying a while ago, but Atlanta Braves might be the World Series champions this year. I sure hope so. They come with an ace of doing it this year. But so anyway, I'm going to get on out of here. Everybody be careful running across 40 tonight, because that wind is whipping, but it is flat blowing.
Well, thank you for the update, Gouger. Be careful on the way back to the Marina Del Rey, and we'll see you next week.
We'll see you next week, buddy. We'll see you up there. I can't wait, man. I'm going to leave Tuesday night to come up, and I just can't wait to get there, man. I look forward to this fight.
There you go. He look forward to it every year. That's I believe I stand corrected. Apparently, I guess I pulled up the story from The Hill this past day, talking about Johnson, and might they try to actually do the same as they did to McCarthy, to oust him. Apparently, right under the current rules, it is a single member can bring a motion to vacate against the speaker, which the rest of the story. Speaker Mike Johnson Wednesday predicted that the House will probably change the rules around the motion to vacate in the next Congress, months after 8 Republicans banded with the Democrats to oust Speaker McCarthy. Now, he was speaking at a kickoff press conference during the House GOP's annual retreat in West Virginia. Said he's not personally advocating for a change to the motion to vacate, but added it's being openly discussed. This motion to vacate is something that comes up a lot amongst members and discussion. I expect there's going to probably be a change to that as well. But just so you know, I never advocated for that. I'm not one who's making it into the issue because I don't think it is one right now. I do think it's something a lot of members on both sides of the aisle talk about openly, that they have a desire for a more normal process on the House floor again. We'll be looking at that on the House rules package in our respective caucus and conference packages, as well as going to the new Congress. It's something we should do in due course. Be good stewards of the institution. But yes, it is. One member right now can motion for to vacate. McCarthy agreed to that one-member threshold during the Speaker's race back in January of last year, after the hardline conservatives demanded it as a condition of their support during Nancy Pelosi's tenure as Speaker. Now, when Nancy was Speaker, a motion to vacate could only be brought if a majority of either party was in support of that. So, half of however many members you had on either side. That concession, however, marked the beginning of the end for McCarthy. Just 9 months after stepping into the speakership, Matt Gaetz of Florida forced the vote on removing McCarthy, which was ultimately successful after 7 of the Republican lawmakers and all the Democrats joined in supporting that effort. Now, the historic vote sparked 3 weeks of chaos in the Republican conference. It paused legislative business on the floor. In the end, ultimately, that's where Johnson got the Speaker's gavel after Republicans rejected 3 other Speaker candidates. But all that time was spent with no Speaker. Nothing could be introduced in the House. And, what a spectacle that was. So, it is actually one member. You get one pissed off member. If Johnson, they can make that move to oust him. See what Eskimo Mom has going on here. Come on, there she is. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. I got some good news for you. I'm getting ready to come back into Kentucky again, and the roads are starting to dry up over this way. And the winds weren't as bad. When I was coming down south here earlier, when I left the yard, the winds were starting to really, really pick up beyond that cold front or whatever that crap was that came through. But I was going to kind of dovetail on what Pup was saying is that literally everything went around me. Everything went north of me. Everything went south of me.
Really?
And the only thing I got was rain, some lightning, and a little bit of wind, and that was it. I just grab popcorn, sit back, and watch the show. while everybody else is going through chaos.
Yeah, I mean, that first round earlier in the day missed us just to the north. And then round 2 came through. Yeah. We didn't have warnings for my county, but there were severe warnings to the north of us and severe warnings to the south of us. So we kind of threaded the eye of the needle, I guess.
Yeah, and the tornado that went through the storm that went through Madison, and most people, if anybody wants to take the back way to Louisville, you go through Madison. That's off of State Route 62, US 421. That general area. But right along the river. But it's just I'm glad everything's starting to settle down because I know there's people over there in the Lakeview, Russell's Point, Indian Lake area. They got some cleanup work to do, and right now my heroes are the first responders and National Weather Service and anybody else that they jumped in and they've made sure that we try to stay safe. And if we got caught in all this mess, hopefully they're able to get us out without us getting hurt.
Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to. I've heard of Indian Lake. I know it's a very popular summertime destination for boating. And where is that? Is that east of Dayton or further north or?
From Fort Wayne to Columbus or Columbus to Fort Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
It's east of 70. It's Indian Lake is in western Logan County. It's east of 75, and it's where State Route 235 and 33 and 274 and several other roads all come together. It's a pretty good sized lake, and it's a resort. It's literally a resort area. It's a popular fishing spot and everything.
Yeah. So
but if it's east,
so it's much further. It's kind of like it's north of Dayton and north of Columbus, even then. Kind of like central Ohio.
It's northwest. It's northwest of Columbus.
Okay.
And it's northeast of Dayton. And it's probably about 60 or 70, about 70. I think about 70 mile marker or something like 60 or 70 mile marker off of 33. Maybe I might be a little too far.
Yeah.
But it's somewhere in that ballpark. And if you take 33, you can't really miss it. You get to see part of the lake.
So that's why they've got all the campgrounds they've got there, all the big campgrounds for all the people, I guess, in peak camping season, which, like somebody mentioned, lucky thing it wasn't yet. That place would have been full of people. So lots of campgrounds around the lake area.
Yes, there's lots of campgrounds. There's lots of vacation homes. There's even people that have year-round homes in that area too.
Okay.
And also too with Indian Lake, it's also too part of the headwaters of the Great Miami River. So and that lake feeds the river that comes through my home 20. Very
good. Well, thank you for the update there, Eskimo Mom. It's her hump day, but maybe it's a little ESP because it was right about 24 hours ago. I glanced over at my koala bears and said, it's been a while since we've heard from Sylvester, and looky who's on the line.
Hey, brother. How you been, man?
I'm doing well. It's been about a year ago we got to actually see you. A lot has changed since we last saw you. A new home, I think a new job. What's been going on?
Yeah, so, the new home, that's, we bought a house, that was June. It moved in July. And it's just been pandemonium since then. So about the job. So I got this promotion last year. And then the economy's gone south. So because of that, my job vanished. So they had to find a place for me. So I'm still getting paid the same, but I'm back what's called on the floor. I'm back on the floor actually serving customers and doing all that kind of thing. So, yeah, but I still get paid the same, so I'm a very expensive salesperson. That's what that comes down to.
There you go.
So, but so I wanted to mention, you talk about weather. It's been really hot down here the last few days. It was in the 90s yesterday, but then we had, remember the song back in the 70s, Cool Change by Little River Band?
Absolutely.
So, see, that's a uniquely Australian thing. What'll happen is it'll get hot, the next day it'll get a little hotter, the next day it'll get a little hotter, and then a cool change will come through and the temperature will drop, right? So, it was that way the last 3 days. It was really hot, and then it was hotter, and then it was really hot yesterday morning, and then we had a cool change come through. So it went from the 90s, and now it's a beautiful 70, about 75, 76 degrees right now. So
nice.
Yeah, so it's been good. Yeah, it's been good. It's been nice. The only thing is, for the longest time, I couldn't mow my lawn because of the rain. We were having rain the last few weeks. So, but and it had been. It's been 12 months, dude, since Louisville. I can't believe it. Hard to believe.
Yeah, we'll be.
So what else has been happening? I mean, I get to listen to the show occasionally. I'll be able to listen to it more now. I've gotten my old car back from my stepdaughter.
Okay.
And this is how I listen to the Bluetooth. The Land Cruiser's Bluetooth is not so good. It's aftermarket because it's an 88. It didn't have Bluetooth in 1988. So, but so I can listen more. I listened a bit yesterday. Wanted to call in, but I had some other things going on I had to deal with.
So we were trying to talk some trucking yesterday morning. You missed the old days of rolling up and down the interstates here in the U.S.? Maybe
no,
not.
I miss the money.
Yeah.
I miss the money. I miss the travel. I miss going places, meeting people, doing that kind of thing. But that's probably it. I've made a lot of really good friends. Saw a lot of really cool places. Spent some time in some nice, cool places, and miss the money.
Yeah.
But I get to see my grandkids. I've got an amazing wife. I'm living a very peaceful life, which I was not previously. I just want people to understand, when I moved back over here, things weren't great already, and it's so peaceful, and I like peaceful. So in saying that, that's probably the thing. Don't make a lot of money in relationship to what I used to make, and it doesn't go nearly as far here as it did there. I mean, we paid $800,000 for this house. A bit over that, but not much.
Wow.
And even if you convert it to U.S. dollars, it's still a lot of money, man.
No doubt.
A lot of money. Do you need to go on a break?
Now we got a couple minutes. We'll be hitting top of the hour here, so.
Okay, I didn't want you to miss your break, man.
Right.
Gotta make that money.
Yeah.
I did want to throw a couple of thoughts out here. When McCarty got thrown out, one of the groups that I belong to over here, I say over here, it's worldwide. A big part of it was our Trump supporters that were talking about this and others, and they said, look, Dave, you need to be careful what you actually wish for, because it's going to come back and bite you on the backside. And that's exactly what can happen. I remember Yoda one time talking about a slippery slope, And that's exactly what we start doing when we start messing around with parliamentary procedures. Those parliamentary procedures are great when they're in our favor, but when we have a system where checks and balances are meant to be there, they're there for a reason. And to allow one person or 5 people even to decide the fate of the Speaker of the House, whether or not they go up for a vote, we have such a political, a polarized political environment. It's dangerous. So I really hope that they have the sense to change it back to the way it was.
Right.
Well, I listen to your show when I can, and I listen to what's going on over there, and honestly, man, it's scary. We're in the most dangerous time I've ever lived in. This is the time, right now, more than any other time in history, we need Ronald Reagan. We need a man who's got wit, intelligence, love for country, and the ability to work with those who are, quote unquote, in air quotes, against him or working, in another direction, like you did with people like Tip O'Neill during that time. We need a consensus. We need to work together, because I got news for you. There's war already happening, and it's only going to increase. If you look what happened in 1938 and 9 and 1941 when we were attacked at the end of 1941, this is so similar in so many ways. What's going to happen when that happens? We need a good leader up there who's got a lick of sense about him, and who's able to be someone who supports our allies, works with our allies, and who our allies actually respect.
And at the same time has a backbone when it comes to the global stage as well. I do have to pause there. If you want to hang in there, we'll come back after the news break. Otherwise, we got a final hour just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News I'm Corey Myers. Former President Donald Trump expected to be in the courtroom when his attorneys argue for the dismissal of his federal classified documents case. U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon scheduled the hearing in Fort Pierce, Florida, to consider two of Trump's motions to dismiss the case based on what Trump's attorneys claim is special counsel Jack Smith's unconstitutionally vague use of the Espionage Act and his application of the Presidential Records Act. Backers of the TikTok bill in the U.S. House say it isn't meant to crack down on the use of the app.
It's meant to make the app more trustworthy and useful for Americans to enjoy safely.
I don't support a ban on TikTok. The legislation did not ban TikTok. It's simply a divestiture of TikTok so that this social media platform can be owned by an American company.
Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says that is necessary in order to protect Americans' personal data from the Chinese Communist Party. The bill requires Chinese-owned ByteDance to divest from TikTok in 180 days or face a ban of the app in U.S. app stores.
Federal prosecutors announcing 3 Kansas City men have been charged in connection with an illegal firearms trafficking investigation related to the shooting outside Union Station on February 14th. According to a criminal complaint, 2 of the firearms recovered in the shooting that left 1 person dead, 22 others wounded, had been illegally trafficked. An ATF special agent stated in the court document that he believed 12 people showed firearms during the shooting, and at least 6 of them fired their weapons. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A San Diego law firm initiating a federal lawsuit against Philip Morris, alleging that the nicotine product Zyn is being marketed toward young people. The class action suit contends that the flavored pouch product poses a health risk to consumers. Chuck Norris proved that he is still in fighting shape as he celebrated his 84th birthday last weekend.
You know, I'm 84 today, but I feel like I'm 48. God bless you all.
Norris, a veteran of the United States Air Force, has a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, and Tang Soo. After being discharged from the military, Norris won a slew of titles after launching his career as a professional martial artist, and then met Bruce Lee. And the rest is history. As one fan said, Chuck Norris died 20 years ago, but death is too scared of him to let him know. Happy Pi Day. Pi Day occurs on March 14th each year because the date is written as 3.14. Pi, the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter, or approximately 3.14. But it's also become synonymous with pizza pie and other round foods. So Pizza Hut, 7-Eleven, Burger King, California Pizza Kitchen, among others, have Pi Day specials. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Here we go, final hour on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week, rolling into the weekend. And, of course, it is St. Patrick's Day weekend. Do we celebrate St. Patty's Day in the land down under? Is it a big deal there, Sylvester?
Oh, man. Oh, it is. It's huge because, I mean, a huge amount of the population of Australia is of Irish descent. So, yeah, gigantic down here.
Really? Okay.
So on Saturday, we've got one event that we're putting on. Susan and I run a Facebook support group for Christian couples and relationships and things like that. And we're having a meeting with some of the members on Saturday for that. But also, we have one of Susan's daughters is getting married in New Zealand in August. So we're having dinner with her and her husband, her fiance, one of the other daughters, and it's going to be great. That'll be fun. So maybe we should all dress in green. What do you reckon?
Okay. Do you do the green? Do they do the green beer on St. Patty's Day?
I'm sure they do somewhere, dude.
Okay, I know.
Sure
Sylvester doesn't, but I can't imagine a green Foster's lager.
Yeah. Well, Foster's isn't. People go on about that. Foster's is Australian for beer. No, it's not. Australians barely drink any Foster's. There's more. There are other brands that are drunk a lot more than Foster's by far.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
But anyway, yeah. So, So Sunday, we've got something happening on Sunday too. Oh yeah, we got to go up and see another one of Susan's kids. One of the grandkids too. Oh, he's starting. This little boy is 6 months old. He's already crawling. Like full-on crawling, not just rolling over and rocking a bit. He's like crawling, like high speed.
Getting around.
Yeah, he's moving. Let's see what else. So yeah, we got a lot. And that's the thing. When you got 7 kids between us, 11 grandkids, we both work full-time, trying to spend time with each other in the new house and the maintenance that goes to a house and lawns and all that kind of stuff. Man, dude, I got no time. And I'm trying. There's so many other things I'm trying to do. I've got a woodworking business I've done. I've been making tables, and I made a couple of desks and tables and some other stuff. And I'm trying to expand it. Man, it's no time, dude.
You ever get
Maybe I should start a radio show. What
do you ever get a chance to get out there on your dinghy? I call it your dinghy, your little boat?
No. Man. I haven't been on that thing. Oh, no. In fact, every month I pay for somebody to go out there. Well, every 2 months I pay somebody to go out and clean it. And dude, I got to do something. I got to get out there. I need some time. That's the thing is, I'm time poor though, man. Oh, dude, yeah. But it's going to happen someday.
Well, so as we anticipate the arrival of spring, you're pretty much waiting for the arrival of fall. But I think you've explained before, you don't really have it. It's winter time is more like what would be fall for most of us, all winter long. Yeah.
So in Australia too, they the chronological winter, or they called meteorological winter, and summer and fall. So according to Australians, autumn began, because they don't call it fall, because the leaves don't fall. So autumn began on the 1st of March. So it makes it easier, because now winter will begin the 1st of June.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know. They call it meteorological, but it's actually, it started with the military. The British military, that's the way they did it. And so because of that, and this was a colony, and it was a military colony, that's why they do it. So 1st of March, it was autumn. 1st of June will be coming up to winter. And then 1st of September will be spring, etc.
There you go. Wow.
Yeah. So Australians are watching what's going on, and Australians are actually trying to increase their defense spending. But you've got the groups here that have always got their hand out trying to take money away from the things that are truly necessary and important, and to do things like different woke things that they're pushing, etc., and trying to get money for that, and to give money to people that don't want to work, that kind of thing. So it's been really difficult to try to increase the defense budget. We're really close to Taiwan here. And, I realize that stuff that's going on in Europe and that things along the border there are really taking precedence. I don't know if you caught this, but Xi Jinping was at the Congress there, and every year they put out a declaration about the reunification of Taiwan and China. Did you hear about this?
I know it's constantly talked, but I didn't know it was an annual declaration.
Every year they do a declaration. Okay? This year, which is just a few weeks ago, you can look this up, I probably could send it to you, is the first time ever that they dropped one word from it. Peaceful. This is the first time in history they didn't say peaceful reunification. They're now just calling for the reunification, and this is actually major, because the thing about the Chinese society is they're very literal, and they're also very pedantic when it comes to communication and how it's communicated.
Yeah.
So that's why this has weight to it, because they are now saying it's going to happen and we're going to do it by force. It's essentially, you got to read between the lines. It made news over here, but clearly it didn't.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that one word makes a world of difference. Absolutely.
It does. And right now, sitting in the House of Representatives, there is a bill that would fund, yes, in part, Ukraine. And I know a lot of people don't want to do that. I get that. But it's also for Israel and Taiwan. We need to support our allies. Look, the problem comes out to this. The American economy cannot support any more debt. I think we would agree with that, right?
Long time ago.
Now, evidently, tell me about it. And how many years have I been talking about this?
Yeah.
The debt and the problem with that. How many years? It's for what? 15? 10, 15? Oh, I've been here 7, so it's got to be close to 15.
Yeah.
So anyway, the problem ends up being, though, how do you fund it? how do you fund this kind of money going out to our allies or the people that we know need the money to fight against this evil? So Trump evidently said, and I'll try to find where he said this. I can't find it. Where he said that we should go and use a system like they did, Lend-Lease, and a loan that will be paid back if they ever make it rich, ever do well, whatever. That was for Ukraine. Taiwan and Israel, same kind of idea. I agree with that. We need to support them. How are we going to pay for it? Look, man, we're going to have to pay the piper at some point, and it's going to hurt like hell. But we also have to survive to do that. You will never find the type of allies that you get in Japan, South Korea, the UK, Australia, Israel, etc. You're never going to find allies that are like that. And we need to step up and make sure that, because China's coming, we know that. We got to figure out what we could do to make it hurt as much as possible if they do try it. And I don't care what anybody says on here, whatever the justification is, whatever the reason is, whatever passion and snide comments you want to make about Zelensky or whomever, or whatever you want to say, it is not right what Russia did. I don't care what anybody says. And I believe by giving Ukraine the stuff that's in mothballs, 99% of it is going to be thrown away anyway, or recycled. Or in this case, we sold a bunch of Bradleys to Morocco, 200 and something Bradleys from Morocco. Is Morocco an ally? That's an actual question, Steve. Are they an ally?
Not to my knowledge.
Not much of one. So anyway, and those were slated for disposal. We have over 2,000, I think it is, ATACMS missiles, rockets, that go in the HIMARS system that are actually slated for disposal because they've outlived beyond their use-by date. Let's get rid of them. Let's recycle them on some Russian heads. I grew up and served in the United States Navy knowing full well that the Russians are not a friend. They are not. They never will be until there's a massive change in the attitude over there. And I don't think that's going to, because I think it's societal. We have to do something to make that wall there so that they cannot go any further. We have to make sure that. Now, then I hear people say, well, Europe needs to be... Look, Europe just bought 1 million artillery shells for Ukraine. 1 million of them. And they're being delivered now, actually, already. They've already started delivering. Czechoslovakia, well, not Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. France has even stood up to do it. Now Sweden and Norway and Finland, they're all, pitching in shells because it's necessary for them to, to survive. To say that any country doesn't have the right to fight, what, is that the same with Israel? Israel has the right to do the same thing. So does Ukraine, whether you like it or not. And I got news for you. They are important to us economically. Now, I realize that there's a lot of talk about how they are not. Sunflower oil doesn't sound like it's a big deal, but in reality, it is a huge deal. They're also a massive grain producer. They are the breadbasket of Europe, and a lot of that is shipped to other areas, not just Europe.
Right.
Anyway, I've said all this before. Anyway, so but what my point is that the Russians are not right in this. The Russians will not stop there. They don't stop. Look at the last 25 years and what they've done in Chechnya and in Chechnya again. And we go, well, what do we care? Because it's just another step and then bringing back the USSR, which is what the intention is. And not only that, but they also want Europe. It is what Putin wants. And we have to stop him. We have to fight to stop it. No, we don't have to fight. Let's let somebody else, let's let another country do our fighting for us by giving them our rubbish and letting them recycle it. How about that? Anyway, well, I've had my say, Steve.
No, great.
Thanks, buddy.
And I think for the most part, I don't mind supporting Ukraine, which we have been pretty much from the very get-go. But when you start getting these reports of half of what we're supposedly sending over there is ending up on the black market, there's no accountability. Where's all this money actually going?
That is a massive lie, and it's misinformation and propaganda. And there are a number of groups, as well as I can't remember. It's an American, and I can't remember what department it is. Actually, put out a report about exactly that, and how there are certain things that were even showing up on the coast, on the southern border of the U.S. Do you remember hearing this report about some anti-tank weapons or whatever? Those weren't even American. Those never came from the States. And the ones that, the majority of them, there were ones that were found down there, but they were practice units. They weren't even real. They weren't even live. And you could tell by the painting on the way they're painted. There's a blue circle around one of the ends and things like that. Some of the photos that were shown.
Okay.
That's one of the examples. And the quote-unquote reports of 50% of what we're sending out there is bull crap. The problem ends up being, more than anything, we listen to who we want to listen to, and then we don't listen to someone who doesn't necessarily agree with us. And I'm not sitting in front of my computer. I'm sitting in my car about to do some grocery shopping, which I got to tell you, be happy you're in the States. Yes, it's expensive, but it ain't as expensive as here. But I also make a lot more money, as far as dollar per hour. But anyway, so I can't actually go back and see these things and show you specific instances. If you listen to certain people who have an agenda, you're never going to get the whole picture. I don't. I like to listen to nearly everybody to hear what they have to say, and then I dig a little bit to see where they're getting their information from. There's a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there. And it goes both ways. I know that. But overall, I got to tell you, the fight is righteous and it's got to happen. Otherwise, we're going to be having our people killed over there in Europe. Because Article 5, no matter what we think, Biden, Trump, or whoever makes president, Article 5 still applies, and we must adhere to it.
Well,
Steve, I'm going to let you go, man. I can hear the.
I got you. Well, I was going to say, had the Democrats agreed to do something about our own border, Ukraine would have had all this money. They would have had that money 2 months ago. Republicans said, we're going to do something to secure the U.S. border before we're going to do anything further for Ukraine. You would think, if the Democrats really cared about this country, they would have come to the table and actually presented something that was viable. Yeah, not this BS of, well, we're going to allow 5,000 people every single day in perpetuity to cross that border before we do anything. That's their proposal, and that's what they're still trying to push. Ukraine could have had this money a long time ago. Regardless of what the Democrats try to say, it's the Republicans' fault. They refuse to do anything to secure our border, and that's why Ukraine is sitting there right now, minus how many? Was it $60 billion, I think, was the latest proposal? But, well, good to hear from you, though. Great to hear from you. Sylvester, thanks for chiming in from the land down under.
Science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, Friday coming on. Sylvester did chime back in there quickly. He's supposed to send me a comment. Because he had to roll there in Australia. He said, I do agree. I agree. The Democrats are using the whole border thing for political purposes. But this whole play in politics is what's destroying America. It will destroy the world because of it. This is now more than any time ever that we need the likes of a Ronald Reagan. Yes, we do. Well, let me see here before we get to our news break here. Get back to your calls. Semi-truck. You've seen probably some of the photos, videos when they hauling these massive wind turbines. I had an incident with one of these hauling a giant turbine that wrecked on Interstate 84 in eastern Oregon there on Wednesday. I-84, just outside of the Weatherby Rest area. It was the single vehicle wreck, but it forced the wind turbine tower off the trailer. I mean, we're talking big time, oversized loads. It blocked several lanes of the interstate, even destroyed some of the concrete barriers. Not clear what caused the wreck or if anyone was injured, but by Wednesday night, the Oregon DOT said that crews were making progress in getting this massive load out of the way. Obviously, they had to bring in big cranes and another truck to get it loaded onto. But the interstate was closed for many, many hours in both directions. And the Oregon DOT advised, in this particular case, there is no alternate route. The roadway was finally completely reopened at about 4 o'clock Thursday morning. So whatever that section of Interstate 84 in eastern Oregon, there's no other way around, and I can only imagine there were backups and backups as far as the eye could see. News break, and we'll come back. And again, more of your calls just ahead of Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump has successfully posted bond in his civil defamation case in New York. His attorney, Alina Habba, filed the $91.63 million bond on Thursday, following approval by a judge earlier this week. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is urging Israel to hold new elections, criticizing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for his handling of Gaza and advocating for a two-state solution.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has lost his way by allowing his political survival to take the precedence over the best interests of Israel.
Schumer says he does defend Israel's right to combat Hamas while condemning civilian casualties. Home improvement store sales are driving increased spending in February. That's according to the Commerce Department. Retail sales rebounded by 0.6% last month, following a decline of over 1% in January. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, by the way, you know, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, which a lot of people have had to fire up with the severe weather this past day. Anything that may be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time, Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Whatever you're going to be storing, store it the right way. Store that into the right way with Sta-Bil. Pappy chimed in, I love Sylvester's calls. I agree with him on most everything. But what people are missing, the radical left, they do not want to work together. Their ideology does not match ours, and there's no working with them. If Ronald Reagan rose from the dead today, they would treat him as they treat Trump. They would attempt to destroy him, his family, and anyone around him. They'll arrest their political opponents and throw them in a gulag. These people aren't playing. Unfortunately, the Republican Party still wants to play nice. There's no playing nice with these people. Only way to fight dirty politics is with dirty politics. We either kick these people out and put those in power with some sort of humanity, or it's over. Life as we know it. The future will not be a free people. Government will control every aspect of our life. And as far as the old tanks, old military surplus, these things require massive amounts of maintenance. There are no parts. The manufacturer of the parts has been halted. Now, you could send 1,000 tanks over there, but technically, as soon as they break down, there ain't no fixing them. Nothing but a big old hunk of metal sitting there. It is Scarecrow. Hey, we got a little serious on a casual Friday. Hello, Scarecrow. Good morning.
We can throw a whole boatload of casualness at you or seriousness, bud. The newest phrase to Overnight Drive, we'll call that Pappy's Pride. Steve, we all take pride and admiration in our kids and our grandkids' exploits and successes and maybe unsuccesses too. But I fully have to believe that we are going to be kept updated on the Overnight Drive's newest member there on a regular basis there. If I believe in Pappy is what I believe I do, yes, Pappy's Pride. And by the way, I think there was actually a pulling tractor by that name years back. Kind of begs me to dig out Google and scope that out. And that does bring up, we'll stay on the casual side, we know there are going to be blue cigars out there now. You know, I kind of dwelled on that for a little bit last night, Steve. You got the blue and the pink. But then I know I saw some green cigars and yellow cigars. Now, that really had my head scratching here earlier in the program. Now, what in the world? Well, if we go back a number of years in the world of the CBs, somebody got a new CB. That was referred to as a blessed event. Well, likewise, Steve, in the world of agricultural equipment and lawn care, a new John Deere on anybody's property, be it a small yard in town or a huge estate, either way, that new John Deere, that kind of almost makes the news wire, you know, on a local level and such, a significant amount of pride. Now, this one they call a monkey gouger, manure hauler, monkey spanker, whichever you want to refer to it. Now, this comes under good authority here, Steve. A certain somebody told me that he'd like to have a new John Deere before retirement sets in. So, Steve, it kind of comes around and it finally hit me. Those green and yellow cigars, they're to announce the arrival of a new John Deere. So, we beg the question, do we expect green and yellow cigars in the mail anytime in the next couple 3 years? Time will tell. Oh. Anyway, we'll cut through a lot of the riffraff and such. Oh, by the way, I did notice the Boeing of the highways made the news again yesterday. Not so much in the manufacturing, but in their ability to make the news wires and such. Yes, none other than FedEx This driver, he sideswiped a four-wheeler. Fortunately, nobody was injured. And but as they say, FedEx has a way of getting the wrong PR, just like Boeing. And as you know, in the past, I have not been kind to FedEx, but they are not being kind to themselves. They got to do a little better job of vetting their drivers and such. I shared it many times in the past, if there's a multi-vehicle crash, there's going to be a FedEx vehicle in the mix. Well, there, I've said that. Let's get back to a little more casualness here. Steve, this will be actually my last call for a couple weeks here now. Pup, when he was talking, no, it wasn't Pup, it was Brain Dead. And we mentioned baseball and Seoul. Well, a week from right now, we should be sitting in Seoul. We'll leave for South Korea. Well, let's see, Monday forenoon we'll drive up to Minneapolis and then catch our flight, direct, Tuesday forenoon there. And Steve, there are a ton of firsts for our immediate family are going to be taking place. I mean, we have never been out of the continental U.S., been over Canada, but never beyond Alaska. So it'll be first for international travel. It'll be the first time on a wide-body plane. And, yes, we're flying Airbus. It ain't going to be a Boeing.
Okay, I was going to ask that.
We're looking... Well, Steve, that is a pretty significant item for a lot of travelers these days. They want to know what brand manufacturer of plane they're going to be flying on. There's a screening process that's actually taking place as to which airline and which brand manufactured plane they're going to be on. But so regardless, no, we got looking forward to that. Stewie, he's got some special Delta rewards cards. He says, he has to have the points used up on. So they're supposed to get us into. Apparently, Delta has some special clubs both in Minneapolis and at the Seoul airport for beverages and food and entertainment and such. So we got that to look forward to. And actually, I'm truly looking forward to Seoul itself, the airport. He says I want to say it's the number 2 ranked in the world, but I know it's in the top 5. That it is just a phenomenal, place to visit and experience. And unlike our TSA that look upon us as the enemy, you are treated as a royal guest over there. So. But either way, we'll get in there. I guess we'll lose about a day travel time, but then Junior, he'll be there to take us back down to Osan Air Force Base, but then we're going to be hopping on. It's not really a bullet train, but they're high-speed rails. They run about 190 miles an hour. So while Stewie takes the luggage and the granddaughter in the four-wheeler back to Seoul, we're going to be winging it on the high-speed rails with the daughter-in-law. So we got that experience, although she says that's primarily underground, a lot of it. But either way, Steve, I'm hoping to make a lot of memories and things that we can share with Overnight Drive in due time. I don't know what communication is going to be like, because he told us to, as soon as we even get to Minneapolis, just put our phones in airplane mode and leave them there for the entire stay up there. So I don't know if I'll be able to access his phone, if I could call, or I suppose that'd still be overseas.
Yeah.
So, but either way, we'll shoot some, should have text access and such. We'll keep in touch that way. And beyond that, so if Yeah, and likewise, any other my normal individuals that I communicate with on a regular basis, if you do see a strange phone number come up, other than mine, and I don't remember what Stewie's number is, but I'll try to do my part to be a participant here yet, Steve. If not, I will. We'll get back to you in about 2.5 weeks there. So
all right, and hopefully lots of interesting stories to share upon return. He's about to embark on a true once-in-a-lifetime adventure. What's up, yo? What kind of adventures have you been on? Was that last week where you actually went to Bike Week, or were those some old pictures?
Oh, that was 2013.
Ah, okay. So
I was just looking through old pictures. I found it was interesting because we left in snow. The first picture, Interstate 66 in Virginia, there's snow on the sides of the road, and then the sunny beach at Daytona, and then on the way back, we were in snow.
Yeah.
We stopped at exit 4 on I-83 and to get gas, and we'd been coming up 95 from Richmond. It would hit the road and melt. Then we stopped for fuel, and it started piling up. And we had about 1.5 inches on the seat, and we actually got locked in there. We had to get a motel room. We were only an hour from home, but we had to get a motel. Then the next day by 10 or 11, they had it plowed and everything. We made it on home. But I just found it interesting. Being Daytona Bike Week was going on this week, I put them up on
all right, okay.
Yeah, we didn't go this year. But did tornadoes hit Ohio today?
Yes, they did.
Or yesterday?
Yes, indeed, yes.
So that is that the same storm that just came through Harrisburg, PA, and Allentown?
That would be correct.
I think it is.
Yes, it is the same storm. Yeah, I mean, they haven't. We don't have final numbers on fatalities. Indian Lake was one. Logan County, Ohio, according to Eskimo Mom, kind of like northwest of Columbus, northeast of Dayton. Yeah, Indian Lake, which I don't know, you might be familiar with it. It's a very popular destination. It's a big lake with campgrounds, but that was pretty much demolished. Russell Point, again, there are fatalities, but I mean, they got hammered.
I think we might have camped there on one of our trips out west. We just went overnight.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was in Meadowlands, New Jersey, and checked the radar out, and it came through Allentown, and then it broke up. So I can see the roads were wet here, and the shoulders are wet, but it kind of split up, and it was red. The red went away, and I don't know, you can look at the radar. It looks like it went south to Philly and then went north, but I haven't seen any of it. I thought I'd have to punch right through it on the way back.
Yeah, I mean, you had a lot of rain pushing through, and it says, yeah, kind of, it's split up. I mean, you got to get down, and now the line is pretty much from the West Virginia, Pennsylvania line, and it's mostly light to moderate rain there. It's just really heavy down there from, say, Nashville, Tennessee to Dallas, Texas. That's where they're getting hit.
But last night in Carlisle, Middletown, Harrisburg, they had thunderstorms at 9 o'clock last night. They had a tornado warning for Carlisle. But are you going to Mid-Atlantic Trucking Show?
Yes, we'll be departing next Wednesday. We'll be here live like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. Then we'll be doing the Facebook, Rumble, and the show. We're going to be like live throughout the day from the show, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Or you're broadcasting Thursday, Friday, Saturday
from the show.
From the show,
mm-hmm.
And then you'll air the recordings of that at night.
Correct. That's correct. They'll replay.
Okay. I have unless you're completely booked, but if you need somebody for 15 minutes, I have a guest for you that's going to be there. I could talk to you about. If you're not booked solid.
Mindy's
for like a 15-minute interview.
Right. Yeah, Mindy's been lining everything up. I'm not. I think the schedule was pretty full, but I don't know I don't know if it's totally booked or not. I mean, if there's a couple of hours that don't have anything in it, yeah, there'd be absolutely.
Yeah, if you're going to a commercial, or I could call you. Are you up at 10 o'clock at night tomorrow night?
Well, not Friday night. At 10 o'clock tomorrow night, I'll probably be drinking Skull, but I'll probably be up. But you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I could call you tomorrow night, or I could just tell you if you're going to take a commercial break. I could talk to you. But I think it'd be a pretty good guest. If you have time to fill.
Okay.
So. Let's see, what time is it now?
It is 10 till 5.
Like 10 till. You want me just to hold on until you're done? I'll talk to you.
I can. Well, I can't pick you up like off the. I only like I pick up as I wrote you. I got your number down here. I had that years ago, but I lost it. So I'll give you a ring, Spaceman.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good deal. All righty. You were talking about the solar eclipse.
Yes.
Coming up. Remember in 2017, Ozzy Osbourne did a concert. Wherever the best spot was at to view the last solar eclipse, and he played the song "Bark at the Moon," and then at the beginning of the song, it was totally daylight during the song, and then the sun came back out at the end of the song.
I remember that.
You remember that?
I saw that video.
Yeah.
Yes, that was pretty cool. That was, right there at the totality of the eclipse. That was neat.
But I've seen a lot of concerts, but that was kind of the neatest concert lighting I've ever seen, where, an outdoor show and the sun actually goes away during the song and comes back. But, yeah, that's a pretty neat video. But all right, I'll be out here till about 10 a.m. So another month I'll be at Big Brown here for a year.
Wow, already
April 16th. Time flies.
I'm telling you. All right, well we'll chat with you in a bit there. All right.
All righty, I'll talk to you later.
Yo, Spaceman, there you go. Just enough time to get, hey, Russell, what's been happening? We don't hear from you very often. What's up this morning?
I'm not too bad. Just sitting here working and watching my monitors and stuff and watching you. I feel privileged to be after a spaceman.
There you go.
I really do. Hey, everything's all right. Like I said, I messaged here this past week that by my wife, she's getting a lot better, and getting stronger every day. She's not 100% or anything, but I was going to, I know you're short on time here real quick, but I was going to just say, I agreed with you and Sylvester and Pappy about what's going on in situations over there. We are in dangerous times, and while I'm thinking of it, congratulations to Pappy on his grandchild also.
Mm-hmm.
But I call once in a while and keep up, but I do, watch y'all when I can. On my days off, I don't watch as much because I'm sleeping because I work nights and stuff, so it's I don't, watch as much as sometimes I do. Once in a great while, if I'm not asleep or whatever, I'll end up watching it.
Right. Well, I know you chime in when you can. You're doing I know you always say thank you to the truck drivers. What do you do? Like a security gig during the night?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I do a security gig.
Okay.
At night, I watch monitors and do tours around the buildings and all that stuff. So I've been here over a year now, so now I like it a lot. I used to be a bus driver, and when I had my leg amputated, I was sick, for a long time, and per contract, I was only allowed to be off for 3 years, but I went over 3 years and 4 months, so they had to release me. I was there for 22 years, but I like this job too now, so I got strong enough back in last year and or 2022 where I could go back to work and everything. So I've been doing security work. I was at one company back in 2022, but I went to this company back in last year, 2023. So it'll be about a year here in May.
How about that? Good deal.
But I enjoy your guys' show and enjoy listening to everybody. And everybody have a good weekend. I'll let you go here because I need to run out of time. I'll maybe chime in on Monday or something.
All right, we'll look forward to it. We'll be here. We'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday again. That's the next week's schedule. A little different because we'll be heading down to Louisville Wednesday. Wednesday night, Thursday morning will be a repeat program. Then for those who do the Facebook thing or Rumble or listen, I'm pretty sure the app will be live as well. It all feeds the same thing, but we'll be live from the show. I think it's 1 p.m. to 6 there on Thursday, first day of the show, because the show opens to 1. 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. on Friday, 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. on Saturday. And booth number 12036. We'll be in the North Wing. If you did make it to the show last year, we will be in the exact same location. I think we've got about an extra 10 feet of booth space this year versus what we had last year. But, some special things lined up to be there with us in the booth. And, of course, there's always specials, truck show specials, prices you cannot get at any other time of the year. For those who come by the booth, I know Kyle always puts together these box specials, truck show only. And I know he always sets it up to where people don't want to purchase a box that's going to weigh 30 pounds and have to lug it around. If you want to make your purchase, and they've got a storage area, they can put it in there till you come back maybe at the end of the day, and we're in a place where you could pull your vehicle around to a dock door and just walk it right out the back door and load it in your car or truck there in Louisville. Very convenient for our friends there, but plenty of product will be on hand. All right, in our final moments, what do we have here? Of course, I missed the launch this past morning. We did not get to hear from Philip. I was curious. I'm thinking he probably was glued to the TV. The world's largest, most powerful rocket. It did reach orbital speed for the first time. This was the third test of the Starship. Apparently, hundreds of spring break spectators got to watch this, gathered along the southern shores of South Padre Island and other surrounding areas to witness this launch, which had to be an incredible thing. I can't fathom what the sound of 33 Raptor engines would be. You think back to the space shuttle days, how loud those launches were. Now, this has got to be 2 or 3 times what that would have been. But all right, we'll close it out there on a Friday morning. Have a great day, safe weekend, and we'll see you early next week as we count down to the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.